Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the Czech Poker Masters. Shuffle up and deal indeed. 24 players remaining from a starting entry field of 2,240. See a few of you in the Twitch chat. The Action Army already alive and kicking, ready for an action-packed day of poker. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and host for the duration of this event. We have found yet another champion live from the King's Resort in Redraw. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, wherever you're tuning in from. Facebook, YouTube. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We've got some great new videos every week on YouTube. We've got great new videos on TikTok, the King's Resort official on there. We're on all the usual culprits of social media platforms. And we've got great new collections in our merchandise store over on the website www.kingsresort.com. Meanwhile, back to the action. Thomas, the opener in the hijack here off 15 bigs with Queen 9 off suit. David waking up with two ladies in the small blind, the first hand of the day. 3-betting to 20 bigs. Essentially committing himself, leaving himself with 11 big blinds behind. That's enough to get Thomas to fold the Queen 9 off suit, of course. Good afternoon, Johan. Good afternoon, Cocaine97 says he's on vacation. Look, seems to me like you were always on vacation, but I hope you're enjoying it nonetheless. Going to be a fun day, folks. Seatbelts and airbags for this one. Winner going to take home €42,000, the title of the Czech Poker Masters Summer Edition. And first, second, third, and fourth all going to walk home with a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. So it is all to play for today. Those pink chips are in play. They are 500k each. White chips are 100k each, and the greens are 25s. Okay, it says the pros of working online, just choosing your phone. I hear you, buddy. I don't trust myself to just use a phone or a laptop for this job quite yet. I just use my station every Sunday and Monday. One elimination has occurred, 23 players remaining now, and that means a pay jump has been reached. All players guaranteed a minimum of €1,350 now. Thomas not going to get involved here with the King 8 of clubs. We've seen a lot of play last night where players were either being too passive or just straight up jamming the guts of 20 bigs with hands as strong as aces and queens, kings, terrified to not make it through to the final day. And with 22 players remaining, this is the time to be accumulating chips, because it's €150 buy-in. You want to be giving yourself every opportunity to have a big stack at this FT. As Johan says, the next redraw will be at 16 players left. It will indeed, yes. We will play on until we have 16 remaining, and we get 2 tables of 8 ready for you, and we'll come back and then we'll play down to the final table. And from there then, things can get quite cagey with all those tickets up for grabs and playing for serious wads of cash. Also very important to note that you won't see a lot of familiar faces left in this field, because there was 2,240 entries. It's the middle of the summer, although it's coming towards the end of the summer now. And it's an amazing opportunity for these players to play for life-changing cash to a certain degree. You know, you get a score like this and suddenly you could be playing a lot more poker. What I'm trying to say is most of the players remaining will have not played for this kind of money before, so expect to see nerves out in force. They've been playing for many days. Hopefully they've got a good rest. It's going to be a long day. Thomas completing in the small here with 8-7 of clubs, and other Thomas in the big blind. Tomas just going to shove this one, and I like this from the deuces. Gets the 8-7 of clubs to fold. Anytime you can add a $500,000 to your stack there, 2.5 bigs, just want to be seizing those opportunities. We've seen a lot of players just checking back in the big blind as well with hands that they easily could raise or even jam. It's all about just having the right awareness of when to pull the trigger. Also seen some really tight plays. One hand that sticks out in my mind there was a jam for 13 bigs, one of the last hands of the night, with king deuce offsuit, and it got the big blind to fold a hand as strong as ace-10. With that ace-10 is a golden opportunity to knock out a player and win a giant pot. You're going to be crushing the shoving range from the small, so you can't let them spots pass you by. Every chip so precious out there. Lucky was playing quite passive, but he really picked his spots well, and he got 2 double ups, so he's playing nearly 4 million chips here, which is good for nearly 20 bigs. With the ace-5 of clubs, normally you want to be opening this, but maybe because he's in such early position, he's going to let it go, and he does do just that. And Christoph in the cutoff here, raising to 525 with the 2 blackjacks.
Echt?
Ja.
Ja?
Ja, und die sind auch noch zittrig, wenn ich nicht stark bin. Also,
Wenn ich Open lese, gehst du drüber?
sehr wahrscheinlich, ja.
So the Jacks would have to be content with just taking that one down with one more elimination. That means a pay jump is looming of €250. This is the difference between 21st and 20th place.
Raise 500.
King Brian going for a loose open here under the gun with ace-9 off suit. Off 15 bigs to start the hand. Would prefer if this was suited, Brian. Small all the way around to Lucky. Now Lucky might opt to defend this one for one additional big blind. Blinds have gone up. 125 is the small blind. 250 is the big blind with 250 running big blind ante. Lucky is going to defend. We'll see a flop. Top pair for Lucky. Good shot straight draw for Brian. Backdoor clubs. In general, I think Brian wants to be checking back this combo. Doesn't really want to get check raised, and it's a dicey board. And a bet like this, 800k. Now Lucky's going to talk to him, and Lucky can be quite tight in these spots, but I still think Lucky's hand is just too strong. Wants to be shoving all in here. Instead, Lucky just calling, and this is dangerous enough. Turn is only a 4 of spades though, so it's a safe card, although it does complete some straights that the big blind might have. Now, I wouldn't hate if Lucky just jammed all in here, protect his hand. In general, when we're playing this stack depth to begin with, we just want to be check jamming our top pair. There's a lot of bad runouts. Now Lucky checking, and now it's up to Brian. Brian quickly checking back. 3 million in this pot as we hit the river. Stack to pot ratio is just 1 to 1. And if Lucky checks again, I wouldn't hate a jam from Brian. Can rep clubs. He does move all in. He also has the straight blocker. He's got a great combo to do this with. And for the third time in this hand, I'm going to say this is just an opportunity missed by Lucky to take this down on the flop or the turn, because No Limit Hold'em's all about denying equity from your opponent, and he's failed to do this. That is just a really bad river, and I don't blame Lucky now. Lucky has straight blocker with the jack, but he unblocks clubs, and therefore I don't think Lucky can call all in here. This is just going to be a well-executed bluff from Brian.
English. It was from English. Don't diss me on fighting people here.
And I understand Lucky is going to give this careful consideration. If he can find a call, it would be a great call. He's probably thinking that Brian would double barrel with clubs a decent percentage of the time. And would he play an overpair this way? But even if Brian checked back the turn with a hand like ace queen or king queen, it's got there now. So I predict we will see Lucky let this one go. He is giving it extra time perhaps because of the pay jump, but the pay jump has been reached now. Looks like someone has called the clock.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, oh.
And Lucky's hand has been declared dead.
It's been bluff. Yeah, bluff.
Really nice executed bluff there from Brian, although I think he should have went for smaller sizing on the flop. The reason being, once Brian bets that big, there's so much out there for Lucky to take down with a check jam. Just wants to be check jamming that one from the big blind all day. That kind of board favors the big blind's perceived defending range far more than the opener's range. If we're up against an overpair or an ace 10 or a king 10, then so be it. Also shows how much trouble we can get in with hands like ace 9 offsuit. Fun hand to discuss to get things kicked off here. Lucky with 8 bigs and the small just wants to be shoving king deuce suited all day. Looks like he's just going to complete. I think this is once again a mistake by Lucky. Lucky. I don't know what's after happening there, but it seems like Brian has just mucked his hand on Queen 8. I don't understand this at all. What has gone on there? He just has a free flop by checking. He must have thought. Look, he had jammed or done something else other than limp.
Bravo, Ruben. Statt 8 Millionen in 2 Millionen.
Raise 575.
Christoph raising to 575 with pocket 9s and Thomas with jacks under the gun +1. Just wants to be rejamming this one for 14 bigs. Makes the symbol, the universal symbol of all in these days, the triangle. Marcus playing a very short stack. There's 3 bigs. It's going to come back around to Christoph, it looks like. And a big decision here for Christoph. As long as the blinds don't wake up. Small is out of the way and the big will follow suit. Another Frenchman deep in the field. Quelle surprise. Big decision here for Christoph. I could see him going both ways here. Problem is he's raised under the gun, and under the gun one has shoved on him. And when that happens in general, I think 9s could easily go in the muck here. If you don't think your opponent is doing it with 8s, 7s, 6s, and you're flipping at best, and it's for your tournament life, I believe we can just find a fold. Not for his tournament life, but basically would be left with 3 bigs. Christoph wants to gamble, sticks it in. Nine in the window, 9-4 deuce. Wow, and now it's Thomas going to need severe help here with the jacks. Turn is the 5 of hearts. 7.5 million in this one, give or take. And the river is not a jack. Christoph has got extremely lucky there to eliminate Thomas. Nothing Thomas can do, of course. Big moment there for Christoph. 19 players will remain.
mich schon 100-mal bezahlt. It was close, I was close to stall you.
Marcus in the hijack with 3 bigs with Queen Jack off suit. Shoves it in. Nice hand to pick up for your last 3 to 4 bigs in the hijack here. David might feel like gambling for 4 big blinds with a hand like Queen 9 suited.
1.1.
I think it's fine to call for 850 here. You could also rejam just to make sure the big blind doesn't steal it away from you. But he is going to fold and leave it to the big. Christoph, 725 to call. He is somewhat priced in, but with just a 5 kicker, decides to let it go. One more elimination has occurred. They're dropping like flies, folks. Page on blooming of €250 between 18th and 17th place. Lots of commotion happening at the outer table. Perhaps you've had another elimination. Apocalypse is in the house. Says hope everyone is doing well and had a great weekend. And look at this, lucky. Not so lucky here because Marcus is all in with 2 blackjacks and Lucky gonna have to stack off here with 2 10s. So, look, he does go all in over the top.
Six. 2.6. strong? I have one chance. I knew you are strong, you age. Then I have to buy it in pocket.
Tens.
So it is all in and call.
Vorschlag, egal was passiert.
Lucky, needing to get lucky with the 2 10s. Marcus set to take a chunk of Lucky's stack. Lucky be fairly crippled. Oh my word, a 10 in the window. 10-8-3. Turn is a 5. Marcus now needing a jack. Is this the second time the jack's going to get cracked? It is. Marcus has been eliminated in 18th place. Pay jump has been reached, and we are 1 elimination away from a redraw. As Apocalypse says, he got home from Coventry last night, went for the last few days of the Goliath, but no luck. I heard there was 10,000 entries alright. That's an incredible numbers. 150 buy-in and 220,000 for the win. That's Sterling as well. Sterling is so sweet. Pac-Man says, just lucky, Jack again, says Johan. The Jack's really not getting the job done so far. This is the 3rd time we've seen them in one orbit. $600k is the raise from the button of Christoph. Lucky. I've seen him get lucky a few times. He's now up over the 4 million mark again. He's going to be a very hard man to knock out of this tournament. You heard it here first. He does not give chips away easily. Granted, he did just hit a 10. But better to be lucky than good, hey? Pull a lot of way around to the button. Thomas, pocket 10s. Nice to see he's still in the field, flying the flag. As Pac-Man says, no lucky, no win. Yeah. Gotta get lucky to win these things, especially when you've got a huge field once again. Blinds and antes going in the direction of that man.
Well, kill him. Just keep on it. Careful.
Lucky on the button. 17 bigs, Jack 10 of spades. Wants to be opening this one. I can't see exactly how much chips the small and the big blind has, but if they have sub 20 bigs, you could just shove this one. And Brian is a great spot to rejam with a hand like Queen 10 suited, but decides against it. David now can see a flop for 250k more with the 10-8 off suit. .420 is in the house, says what's up guys. Two of his buddies still in the field. We'll get the pom-poms out for them, buddy. Hope you're well. Queen 7 deuce, lucky betting 600k here. David not connecting with this board, we'll have to let it go. Lucky with backdoor straight draws and flush draws working for him. Still think that was a golden opportunity for Brian to just rejam. And I wouldn't have hated to just see Lucky jam 17 big blinds from the button to just pick up the blinds and antes. Just because Jack 10 suit is going to have so much equity in an all-in confrontation. And David in the small here with ace deuce off suit. Go for a raise, a jam, or just complete. Big blind does have him covered, and it is 23 bigs. Seems like a little bit too much to jam. Goes for a raise to 600k. And Christoph with an ace himself, ace 3. Christoph could just call this one. I think it's also totally fine to rejam. He's getting a good price to just see the flop. Seems like the best low variance route. You've heard the man. This will be the last hand before we go on a redraw and a break for 15 minutes. 8 eliminations already. Lots of action. We love it. Is going for a 3-bet. This would be a pretty good 4-bet jam. This is why, Christoph, if we're going to play our hand this way, I might just rejam and take that move away from our opponent. Because we do cover, and it has been announced this is the last hand before a redraw. Can easily get in someone's head. Okay, folks, we're going to go on a 15-minute break. I will see you all in a few moments. We'll be back with 2 tables of 8 and play down to the final table of the Czech Poker Masters live from the King's Resort in Rozhadov from there.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
I have a count.
47.
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop, 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
See you.
Good game.
Bro, you have to. Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Seriousness of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to 1 million.
Это там 400, 100 тысяч. 4, 5.
Million stole.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Okay. Exactly.
Close 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the Jack-9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the King-7 offsuit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action.
125.
And from Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. Bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. Raised to 350. Sweet music to Thomas's ears.
All in. Call.
Thomas moves all in. Maxi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Maxi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the tree a diamond. Sit back down, Thomas. Maxi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975,000.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
Just me and Canada?
Me and Canada. And D-Negs, you are in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50k. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160. 160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, D-Neck's just gonna click it. Clicks it to 360. And I was speaking to D-Negs. Went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800k.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
All in.
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you got to play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you get a count?
Let's see it. Okay, we got
Announces all in.
That he asked, right? Because then he's probably doesn't have clean. 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock.
Yeah, he gets
while
it
you're
at
counting.
20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively increase his stack by over 50% without seeing a turn or river. Dvoris just going to run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused as to didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder.
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 outs. Ace or a spade needed for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner
Nobody
pocket.
would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're gonna lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you don't need a fold, yeah. You got me covered, right?
Daniel Negreanu gonna bow out.
No, no. Anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it nuts every fucking 3 days.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
I never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
Like 135, 230, 250. Yes, sharp on you, please.
I'm the button this time? Okay, right? Finally.
All right, folks, we're back. First hand back. Christoph waking up with the Rockets on the button. 16 players remaining, 2 tables of 8. And I did say earlier there won't be many names we recognize in the field. Well, Clement Cure is at this feature table, so I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. And another brilliant player at the other end of the table that I recognize, Mephisto, who had a massive win in the Kings not so long ago. Amazing to see Clement Cure and Mephisto still in the field. Why am I not surprised? There's always a familiar face popping their head around the last couple of tables at Kings, even if it is a €150 buy-in with 2,240 entries. Clement eventually folding, getting shown the goods from Christoph. I think his sizing's fine. He could have went a little bit smaller maybe. MJ is in the house. What up, MJ? Every decision so crucial at this late stage. 7 eliminations away from the final table. So all the way around to the button. Frederick Borgmans. I'm not sure exactly how much Mephisto has won at the King's Resort, but it's definitely a lot. He won a big title here only a couple of months ago. MJ says Cathy plays often too. Is she the last woman standing? Great to see a woman still in the field. Women been doing great at the King's Resort lately. Great for growing the game and getting more women involved. Cathy is still at this table. She made it a really, really tight fold. One of the last hands of last night where it was just a blind v blind situation. 13 bigs shoving in the small with King Deuce offsuit. She folded ace 10 for about half her stack, but that was a golden opportunity to win a nice pot. So I don't know how much chip she has. We'll find out in a moment. Actually, I do know. She is playing nearly 7 million to start at this table, so nice stack for her around the average. Mephisto in the small, Mato in the big.
2 bets, 625.
It's just an amazing pickup for the King Deuce, MJ. Yeah, like ace 10 just going to be, you can't make too many of those folds. I understand wants the bag and tag and go get a good sleep, new table tomorrow, the whole shebang, but you have to remember it is just the next hand at the same time. Like, yes, the structures are brilliant at King's Resort in general, but this is a 150 buy-in with over 2,000 entries. Sooner or later that blinds is going to catch up to you, especially when you get shorter handed and get closer to final tables, etc., etc. You really want to be putting yourself in the best possible position to take down these events, or at least have a lot of chips at the FT, secure that ticket, and then play for a podium finish. Mephisto taking that one down. I feel like Matto should have continued there with the backdoor flush draw and an inside straight draw. Mephisto getting away with murder on that occasion, actually. Brian raising to 600k from under the gun. This time his ace-9 is suited. Prefer it when it's suited for sure. Mephisto with the aces. A lot of big pairs happening at this feature table so far today at Kings. We've seen jacks 3 times, queens out there, aces twice. Maybe even 3 times for the aces. He's going to come in hot here with a 3-bet. He doesn't need to make it that big. He can make it like 1.4 million here. Looks like that's the exact size, and he's going to go with 1.375 mil. And Matto just going to stuff it on him. Oh my God, we've got action shoving almost 50 big blinds with the ace king of hearts. Doesn't bat an eyelid, and I can't blame him, especially against an aggressive 3-better like Mephisto on the button here. And this could be disastrous for Matto. All aces out already. He's going to need hearts, something to that effect. Just 12% equity. Look at the size of this pot. Mephisto could have a lot of chips, close to 30 million. Better to be lucky than good, but what if you're both? Mephisto, very accomplished player, getting massive luck in this hand, but it ain't over yet. 25.65 million up for grabs, and he's got 2.5 behind. Sickness. Mephisto's job is done. It's all up to the poker gods now. What a disgusting situation here for Matto. Really got a feel for him. Colddeck.com. Here is the flop. 9, 10, jack, 1 heart. This one ain't over yet. He's got an inside straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Increases his equity by 3%. Turn is the king of diamonds. And now additional outs, just 4 as we hit the river. Oh my God. It's another king. In the history of a king at kings, a surprise around the corner. Runner, runner, king, king. Mephisto knows there's absolutely nothing he can do, taking it like a champ. That is one of the most disgusting runouts I have ever commentated on at the King's Resort. This is unbelievable. And what a moment there for Matto. And I believe we've seen Matto at the feature table before. His face seems familiar, but I'm not that familiar with his poker. He's now playing over 100 bigs, and Mephisto going to have a very tough time to recover from this, but he does have a workable stack with just 9 bigs. Oh, holy God. Runner, runner, king, king.
Raise 700.
Matto is going to be very active now, and he should be. That is a whopping stack of 100 big blinds. 15 players remaining now, so pay jump has been reached. 6 eliminations away from the FT. Matto, 700k to go with the king 9 offsuit on the button. That's going to get the job done, and each time he gets the job done, he's adding 625k to his stack. Same goes for every other player, of course. Mephisto on the hijack with 17 bigs and 2 ladies.
Raise 500.
Min raising. Cut off here now for Maddo with ace-8 of diamonds. Cut off to just call or 3-bet this one. Both options totally fine. If we 3-bet though, we are committing ourselves to Mephisto. So I think calling is the best option here. Caddy calling an additional 250k with 10-8 of clubs, getting a great price. Flop is King, King, 7. Good flop for Mephisto. 1 diamond there for Matto. Backdoor clubs and straight draws working for Cathy.
Check. Free bet 800,000.
Mephisto just checking over to Matto. Matto biting, betting 800k here. And I think Mephisto just wants to call.
Turn heads up.
Mephisto checking, and now Matto with the decision. Not really improving here. No diamond on the turn, just ace high. Checks back. Stack to pot ratio is about 1-to-1. Double pair board now. Matto might think he is best with his ace high, or at least chopping. And for Mephisto, I think he has a clear jam. If our opponent has a king, then so be it. $2.25 million is the bet. And for Matto, I think he's going to be calling this one a decent portion of the time. Perhaps he's going to give Mephisto big credit here. Could go either way with this one. Does make a good lay down, and Mephisto gains some traction, now paying 6.4 million. Far cry from the 28 million he could have had it not come a king on that river. Or a queen. Just 4 outs. was sitting pretty. It wasn't to be. Blinds are up, small blind 150k, big blind 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. 150, 300, 300. Fold around to the hijack from Mato. Mato going to get busy with the ace-4 diamonds, min raising. And Cure in the big pocket nines, just going to be rejamming this one all day. And Mato going to have a difficult enough decision, but I don't think he will call. So it's 14 bigs total. 12 bigs more for Mato to call. It is very close, but in general, with 15 left, we see people err on the side of caution in these situations. Any less, I think we'd probably just have to flick it in. Any more, we just fold. It's right on the border. I think against Cure, as much as we don't want to double him up, he is very capable of rejamming wide, especially against chip leader. So had I had that stack with the ace-4, I could easily see myself flicking it in with the opportunity to knock out a really tough opponent. But at the same time, it's still about a sixth of our stack, and we don't want to double that man up. So I think you could go both ways there. Close spot nonetheless. Mephisto min raising under the gun +1 with the ace-9 offsuit. A little bit wide from Mephisto, but he's definitely one of the most accomplished players left in this field, so we can get behind it. Christoph going to complete here, it looks like, with the pocket sixes.
Check.
10-5-3 is the flop, Christoph. Good flop for his sixes. Mephisto gonna want to be c-betting this one. Can bet as small as about 350, 400, goes for 450. Now, Christoph might put in a raise here to see where he's at now, but a lot of the time he's just gonna call. Definitely not folding. Turn is a jack of diamonds, and this might be a card that Mephisto might barrel to get a 5 or 3 or a hand like the one Christoph has to fold. Probably not going to get him off a 10 with a second barrel. So he might just check back and try to get the showdown with his ace high. It is a second barrel of just over $1 million. I don't think it would have been a bad play for Christoph to just check raise the flop, and if Mephisto went all in over the top, then we just let our hand go. Christoph does eventually let it go. Nice pick up there from Mephisto, now playing 8 million. Yeah, so all players remaining guaranteed over $2,000 now. Nice payout for a 150. A 150 buy-in. Everyone folding around to the small blind. Christoph with Queen 9 off suit. Christoph raising with the Queen 9 off suit to 800k. I like this sizing from Christoph, like this hand choice. Could just have completed, but put the pressure on when we are the covering stack. Friedrich in the big with 7-5 off suit, can see a flop for 500k, but decides against it. $14 players remaining now. Pay jump of €250 difference between 14th and 13th. Brian all in with pocket 5, sub 10 bigs. Brian scoops the blinds and antes, adds 750 to his stack. Massive pickup at this late stage with 14 remaining. 2 tables of 7 now, 5 eliminations away from the final table. Cure with the aces in the hijack, 17 bigs. David with queen 5 of clubs in the big, just 300k more to call. Does flick it in. Good flop for Cure. He's got the diamonds covered, nothing in it for David. Tiny bet by Cure, and I'd say this is going to be the end of that one. Cure with the min raise, 20 bigs, under the gun +1. Yes, guys, people keep asking about what's going on at the outer table. We have no information on the outer table. This is on a 30-minute delay. As live can be for you folks at home. And look at this, David picking up ace king, and this could spell disaster for Cure. Cure won't be able to get away from this. And Cure does commit the chips. Over 8 million in this pot up for grabs. Cure will get the bad news. He's got 31% equity. Big moment here for David. Six, 3-3 is the flop. Oh my word, the turn is a queen. Now David gonna need a king of kings or his run will end in 14th place. It's another queen. So many bad beats we've seen today. We've only played 24 hands. As Apocalypse says, the king give it and the queen give it away. The queen take it away, yes. Cure over 10 million chips now. Things are heating up with 13 players remaining. Pay jump reached. All players remaining now guaranteed €2,350. That means we have 4 eliminations away from the final table. Christoph, 650 to go with the ace queen, and Mephisto with king queen off suit and the cutoff and the decision. Mephisto could call, 3-bet or fold. All options on the table. I like 3-betting the most, and that's what he's going for. Looks like just under 1.6 million. And the decision back on Christoph now. 900k to call. Getting good odds to see the flop initially, or could just move all in. That looks like an all in, or at least a chunky 3-bet, 4-bet. Mephisto just going to pitch it now, playing 20 big blinds once more. Nice pick up there for Christoph with the 4-bet jam. Ivan is in the house, says, yo, Kings chat mods, how's everyone? We're great. We're being given lots of action early on today, lots of eliminations, loads of bad beats. It's been a wild ride, and it hasn't even been going on that long, just a few orbits. Hope you're very well yourself. You're being spoiled so far. Christoph making it 650 to go with the ace-jack, and Friedrich just wants to be jamming this one from the hijack for 14 bigs. Those move all in. And for Christoph, big decision here for him. 12.5 bigs behind. Could see Christoph going either way with this one. It is a decent portion of his stack, but ace-jack is going to be playing very well against the rejamming range a considerable amount of the time. Could see him go either way with this one for 12.5 big blinds more. Looks like he is going to make a big laydown, and it is correct on this occasion. That is a big laydown considering we are short-handed. In a six-handed situation there, I would be leaning more to calling with the ace-jack than folding, especially if it was suited. Pure raising to just over $1 million with the 10-3 offsuit and the small blind, and Christoph with ace-7 of hearts. Christoph could elect to 3-bet this one. I think the best move is to just call. Does just call for 750 more. So on 954, Clement has some backdoors and going to try take this one down with a bet. Bet's 800k. Now for Christoph, he has backdoor hearts working for him. He's got ace high. He's got backdoor straight draws. I think it's a clear continue for Christoph. 3.2 million in the middle. He's getting 4-1 initial odds. Rates to have the best hand considerable portion of the time, especially against an aggressive opener like Cure. Instead, Christoph is just going to raise it and get rid of it. Now, get rid of his opponent now. Lineup says, "Come on, my little escargot." Very funny. Little escargot again on the final stream. I don't know if he wants to call it a little snail, but I think it sounds very funny, the word escargot. Especially coming from an Irishman. We've got more slugs than snails in Ireland, I'll have you know. I don't know if they're the same thing. But in Ireland, we call snails slugs. They're not called escargot anyway. In Ireland, most of the slugs, they just don't have a shell. We need more shells for the slugs, and then they can become snails. Caddy raising 700k. Christoph calling in the small with Jack 9 of hearts. Caddy with pocket fours. Cure with sixes on the button. And this is gang violence, four-way action to the flop. I don't like Friedrich's call for 400k more, even though he's getting great odds. He's got a terrible hand. Reverse implied odds. Does flop top pair. Only one overcard to Cure's sixes. Apocalypse says they ain't caterpillars and butterflies, you know. No, they're not caterpillars or butterflies. I'm a beautiful butterfly. Used to love that butterfly or the caterpillar out with Bug's Life many, many moons ago. Very funny character. What is going on here? Friedrich is going to use those chips to his advantage with his top pair here. This will look really strong as well. He's betting over $1 million into this pot, into 3 players. And you see the power of that bet because it gets a hand like sixes to fold. 2 spades on board as well. Not a lot of good turns for the sixes, and Friedrich getting the respect he deserves with that bet, and will take it down. Playing close to 8 million now. Christoph is your chip leader here with 41 bigs, playing 30% of all the chips in play at this feature table. Short stack is Brian. And 4 other players remaining at this feature table in between that 15 to 25, 30 big blind zone. Reading from Palestine says is looking still playing. I believe he's moved to the outer table. Don't have any information on the outer table, just have the feature table. We are only 4 eliminations away, so we'll find out then. Incredible to think that we've already had 11 eliminations in 29 hands. 28 hands, just 4 orbits really. Freedom for Palestine says redraw when they get to 9. Yes, they will. We had a redraw at 16, and we'll have another redraw when the final table is reached, and that will contain 9 players. 4 of those players will walk home with €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets. And the first prize is over €42,000. So it's a massive payout for a 150 buy-in. Really interesting stuff. Lots of entertainment so far. Christoph deciding to not open, instead just limping on the button with 6-5 of hearts, and I can get behind this. Nice hand to see a flop with. Doesn't want to get 3-bet. He's got Mephisto in the big blind. Friedrich is going to complete, however, with the Jack 8 off suit, and now action on Mephisto. At the same time of 6-5 of hearts being a nice hand to pick as a limp on the button, you don't really want to be bringing along Mephisto. If you can get him out of the way pre, it's going to favor us. But I think it's a nice limp all the same. Flops a pair. Flush draw here for Mephisto. Apocalypse says wants a 5 of spades for the Bants. Christoph betting 425. Now the action back on Mephisto.
Heads up.
Okay, he didn't get a 5 of spades. You got a 5 of diamonds instead, Apocalypse. Now Christoph just wants to be sizing up here to jam all in on the river. On a safe card, of course. 2 million out there. Doesn't have to bet too much because Mephisto only has 4.7 behind. 1 million, 1.2 million. The job done here. There you go. 1.15 is the bet. Christoph gets the job done with that bet. Mephisto forced to fold his flush draw. I've liked how Christoph has played so far. Definitely one to watch.
6 plus. 7 plus.
Blinds are up. Small blind 200k, big blind 400k with a 400k running, big blind ante, that's 200, 400, 400. Mephisto limping from the small and Brian shoving with 8-4. Looks like Mephisto has been trapping Brian. Just waiting for the graphics to catch up. Yeah, kings for Mephisto. Brian shoving his last 5 bigs, 8-4 offsuit, just 11% equity. I think Brian should have just been checking this one. Mephisto unlikely to just be limp folding there. 7-9. Off that stack depth. Not much in it there for Brian. 10-9-3 is the flop. Turn is a 6. Good shot straight draw now for Brian. Never easy. River is a king, and Mephisto now playing 7.5 million. Brian has been eliminated and 12 players remain, which means we are 3 eliminations away from the final table. Pay jump also from 12th to 11th of about €300. All players currently guaranteed €2,350. And it's a big jump in Mephisto's stack there, adding 58% to it. Mephisto going to let Jack 7 of spades go on the button. I thought we might see him open that one. And Swima, the new player at the table, shows the 7-4. This lad looks like a character. Mephisto min raising this one with the 10-5 of spades, caddy folding in the big. And Mephisto adding 1 million chips to his stack. So every time players can successfully capture those blinds and antes, you're adding 1 million to your stack, which is massive at this late stage. Swima with 9-8 off suit. Makes it 850 in caddy. Going to be rejamming ace king all day. Cure out of the way, and Swima won't be calling for an additional 2.9 million. I wouldn't think. It is less than 10 bigs total, but 9-8 off suit not going to cut the mustard here, surely, for nearly half your stack. Nice pickup for the lady there, Cathy. Scoops, and now playing 5.4 million. Elevated Steam is in the house, just says, just stopping by for a quick moment. I hope you're all doing well today and tonight. We're all doing very well. Spoiled with the entertainment so far today. So many eliminations, bad beats, dirty rivers. 12 remaining, 3 away from the final table. Hope you are having a good day too, sir. Christoph in the big blind, the option to see the flop with the jack-8 offsuit for 450k. And he will call, we'll see a flop.
It's after the flop.
Queen 9-6 is the flop, all hearts.
Check. Three bet. 850.
Swima betting 850 here from the cutoff, and now Christoph can make it straight with a 10. He also has a flush draw. It's not the greatest, but I think we have to see a turn card for 850. If the turn goes check, check, and we miss, we can make a bluff on the river. Does call 4 million in the pot as we see the turn. Turn is the 7 of clubs. Swima most likely will check this one back. That's 7 completing. A lot of 2 pairs. And straights, river coming in ace, and now Swima, river's the best hand. But he already had the best hand, but now he's got top pair. That turn card giving Christoph an open ender as well. So he's just trying to see how much ace-x type hands Swima would play this way, and the answer is probably a lot. I think there's better hands for us to bluff with. It's just a bad river. If we're going to bet, we don't want to bet too small. We want to bet a little bit over half pot, like 2.4 million, 2.5 million.
Hey, bet 1,950, 1,950,000.
Goes for half pot. One more elimination has occurred. 11 players remaining now, and I believe we will see Swima called on this river. Flush draws missing, straight draws missing. Oh my God, he folds. Christoph getting away with murder on this occasion. Really, really nice bluff there by Christoph, getting an ace to fold. I just didn't think an ace would fold, but pressure is on. Cut the tension with a knife. Very close to the final table now. Players are on edge. Christoph is now your chip leader with 39 bigs. Cathy is your short stack with 14. The rest of the players in between that 16 to 22 big blind zone. Caddy the hijack there with a lovely hand, not opting to do anything with it though, mucking the Jack 10 suited. Would like to see a jam there, or at the very least an open. Sure, going to let his ace-4 offsuit go from the cutoff, understandable. And now leaves door open here for Christoph to open the king-6 of hearts. Nice pick up there for the flush draw. So 11 remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €2,625. And Caddy picking up Ace King. And Swima getting very lucky that he didn't just decide to jam this one himself. Second time Caddy waking up with Ace King. good opportunity to pick up some chips. Apocalypse says, let's keep the chat a little bit desperate. A little bit less desperate, even, yeah. Well, you've got Desperate Dan on the mic, so that's a help. It's enough desperation for anyone. So, still 11 remaining. Looks like Mephisto is going to attempt a steal here. Quite wide with the King 4 offsuit, but I get it. We're so close to the FT. It's going to work a considerable portion of the time. Now Swima should just be rejamming this one with the sixes. Looks like he just wants to call. Catty getting out of the way, and Cure the opportunity to see the flop for 400k more. Already 2.6 million in there, getting great odds. No reason to do anything else, so three-way action to the flop. Ace 10 7 is the flop, and Cure with the best of it. Mephisto most likely going to continue here and rep some of that ace on board. If he bets, doesn't need to bet much, because just bet like 1 million. Bets 1 million. And Swima is going to be forced to let his sixes go. 3 overcards out there. That is why this plays far better as a rejam pre from Swima. Does get out of the way, and now the action back on Cure. Not sure what Cure is going to do here. Does a second pair. Mephisto betting into 2 players. It's going to look strong. I think we call 1. Be my preferred choice. And that is what we see Cure do. Nine of clubs hitting the turn. And although Mephisto blocks hands like some flush draw combinations with the king of spades there, some straight draw combinations, I think he's just going to have to give up now. The stack to pot ratio is 1-to-1. Cure unlikely to have an ace in his hand because he didn't rejam pre. So it just depends what Mephisto thinks about Cure's range. Does decide to get a 10 to fold. Savage stuff here from Mephisto, and I like it for the reasons I just mentioned. Not a great turn card to do it on. Does complete some straight draws. It gives our opponent additional equity. Also could have a 2-pair type hand, but Mephisto thinks if Cure doesn't have an ace, he can't call unless he's got 2-pair or a straight. It'd be very difficult to call with a hand like the one Cure has. Cure forced to let it go. It seems says, okay, yeah, true, good point. These players are so good. Yeah, I was shocked to see Mephisto and Clement Cure still in the field with 2 tables remaining. Mephisto in the hijack, going to open the ace-8 spades. Christoph with a defendable 10-9 offsuit for 400k more. Does complete. Look at this. This could get spicy. Flush draw for Mephisto. Top pair for Christoph. Matthias Corti asking, is this the final table? Players, you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, there are 11 players remaining. 9 will go to the final table. Christoph deciding to lead into his opponent here for 1.2 million. Bit of a strange lead here from Christoph. Normally we just want to be check calling or check raising. Christoph going for the third option, just leading into Mephisto. Mephisto won't be going anywhere here with a nut flush draw. He might decide to raise himself or just jam. But I think calling is the best option. That looks like a raise. Raise of about 2 million. Christoph now can just call or come back over the top if he thinks he can just get Mephisto to fold now. Doesn't really want to be getting this all in. Doesn't really want to be getting this all in against Mephisto at all, this close to the final table. That is why I was surprised to see Christoph lead, and it is 2 million back to Christoph now to continue with his top pair. Have to remember, he just has a 9 kicker. Christoph might find a fold, and that's the reason he decided to lead into his opponent, get the information here and now. Wouldn't be shocked to see this go all in and call. Big decision here for Christoph. Does call. We've got a pot of over 10 million. Or 8.6. Stacked the pot ratio of 1-to-1. Nonetheless, turn is 6 of hearts. Christoph checks and most likely see Mephisto just move all in now. Christoph taking a while there on the flop, giving away some form of information into regards of how strong his hand is. The longer he takes, the more difficult decision he has. Mephisto going to put that top pair to the test of Christoph. And if we are Christoph and we have called the 2 million raise back from Mephisto on the flop, we've got a safe turn card in the 6 of hearts here. Doesn't really complete much. So therefore, if Christoph is good on the flop, I don't see how he's going to fold now on the turn. Mephisto repping an overpair or an ace-10 type hand. Strange way for Mephisto to play the nut flush draw, but really telling his opponent, look, I've got a massive hand here, buddy. If you want to call for nearly all your chips, then so be it. If Christoph makes the right decision here and does call, could knock out the toughest player left in the field and have a massive chip stack going to the final table. So this is a huge moment for this tournament. What do you think he's going to do in the chat, folks? All vote now. Christoph says pocket nines, but we block our opponent having pocket nines, pocket tens. Deuces and threes are unlikely. So when we break it down, Mephisto really is going to have enough flush draw or something like king, queen of spades, king, jack of spades, all the overcards and the spades basically. This is a sick move if he gets the job done from Mephisto. Nearly 17 million in the pot. 2 minutes gone by for Christoph in the tank. Yeah, and that is a very important point, Johan. Mephisto still with 31% equity if he is called. Any spade, any ace. Christoph flicking it in. We'll be delighted to see he's up against the hand he's up against. Still a lot of outs to dodge.
Guys, stay over there. Stay there.
Il a 9 et 10. Il a 9 et 10. Et l'autre à suite de pique. C'est la brique. Je sais une pique, voilà. Une brique. La brique du pique. La brique 2. Oui, le 10.
River is another 10. Massive moment there for Christoph. Mephisto has been eliminated and Christoph will be going to the final table with 29.1 million chips. That means we are going to go on a 20-minute break to get this FT up and running and sorted for you guys. Be sure to join us in 20 minutes for the final table of the Czech Poker Masters live from the King's Resort in Rostov. I will see you all in a few moments.
Guys, use the next, please.
Lucas says he's got a very good hands. Do you though?
How much can you sell one card? Show one card. Oh, sell it.
LK saying, can you sell one card?
7,000, 24,000.
Il t'a fait une revue qui a 31 000, tu connais ses cartes.
With king 10 of clubs, raises to 1500. Gold with king 10 offsuit. Gonna make the call.
No, we paid 222, so if you ever pay, you have a battery on it.
Gold with queen jack offsuit now.
Feliz Navidad. Amen. Hi.
LK with king 10 of clubs here.
Feliz Navidad. Je regardais les cartes derrière. J'aime bien faire ça aussi.
Jack 9-6, 2 hearts. Lupu with the best of it right now. LK with a gut shot. Gold with a gut shot as well. 60. LK fires out.
Service, please.
2500.
Thank you.
Je t'aime.
Doge makes the call, and Lupu is sat up in his chair. Elects to just call. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Elke makes a straight. Doge makes a straight. Lupu makes, as Matt Damon would say, top two pair. There is a flush possible as well. What is going to happen here? 5,000 is the bet from Doge. I met Lupu last week in Malta. Those glasses are the coolest I've ever seen. Awesome. Seems like a very cool dude. Having a tough night tonight, but seems like a very good guy. Reaching for chips here. 15,000 is the bet. Elke just snap folds the straight, not interested one bit. And a call from Doge.
Fucking crazy.
Ace of diamonds on the river. So Doge with the best of it. Lupu can't be loving this board with his two pair. He checks it on over to Doge. He's got the straights. Must feel like his opponent would never check a flush. 007 Axel T says, lol, Elke. Well, to be fair, there are two players behind. He does not have a heart in his hand. Don't begrudge him this fold. How big is that?
That's 65,000.
Ay, 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 65,000 euros. And once again, Lupu is in the blender.
Yes.
Doge knows exactly where he's at. And if Lupu calls, this will be a 172,000 euro pot. Absolutely massive. Lupu says he's got a very, very good hand. Do you though?
How much can you sell one card? Show one card. Oh, sell it. Sell it.
Elke's saying, can you sell one card?
This card, 7,000.
Oh, no, I did.
This card, 24,000.
Expensive card. They're good.
En gros, c'est quoi? Tu payes 31 000, tu dois les écarts.
Right? Yes.
You cannot go back.
24,000.
Tu payes 31 000, tu dois les écarts.
And you can't raise me.
Can he buy both?
You can't buy both. You can't buy both. You can only buy one. You can't raise me.
On est en stream, hein? We are on stream.
24/7. You can't buy both, and you can't raise.
Tu m'as dit. Ça fait un call.
Wow, Lupu's given him 7k.
I never see that in my whole life.
What's he turned over? Is it the
10 of diamonds for 7k. Oh my word, what is going on, chat?
Ah non, il peut payer en fait. Ah oui, je prends le paye. Oh, yo, yo. Oh.
You want the coin?
He's been asking Lupu if he wants the coin.
Oh, you have it?
He has the coin.
Armin's got the coin as well.
This is unbelievable, chat.
Come on, this is taking forever. Sorry, I know it's a big decision, but it's a long time now.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, the stream delay is going to catch up.
Sure, they're still playing this hand?
The stream. Wow. Makes the call and gets shown the nut straight. 172,000 euro pot going Armin Goge's way. He is now the biggest winner on the night by a long shot.
Oh, big numbers for some players there, Henry.
Some huge numbers.
Moi j'aurais bluff ce spot.
Okay, 8 for John, raising it up to 1,200 euros.
C'est mon fils, les gars. Je dois penser comme je pense. C'est mon fils. Et j'aurais joué comme ça le coup, dans sa situation.
In the big blind.
Mais je sais en plus.
Feels like he's in the mood to play
Ouais. Mais moi,
as many hands as he can. Who's going to make the call?
250, 300 000. Mais 400, mais tu perds pas 400.
I think Lupu wants to play a big pot against John and Armin.
220, 230.
10-5 deuce. Off to a decent start there is Lupu. Flopping middle pair. If he's going to win this pot, he needs to flop something, and he's done just that.
C'est une lambeau, ça va?
It's improved though.
They're still playing the stand-up game. I completely forgot.
Oh, so did I.
Fucking flip.
Lupu is sitting down.
Il n'y a personne qui va s'asseoir, je vous le dis. Personne qui va s'asseoir.
2K is the bet. 2K has been called. 5 or a 3.
Ah, combien le bon pot?
No 5, no 3, but he does pick up extra outs in the form of a straight draw.
Avec des restes préflop et tout.
I like this bet from John. Very, very tempting to check, given there is an overcard to the boards.
Bah non, hier.
But recognizes that his opponent is a little loosey-goosey.
Ah bah là, il n'y a pas de cap hier.
I said an overcard to the board. I, of course, meant an overcard to his pair.
It's alright, mate.
And call is a decision from Lupu.
I don't think anyone at home is judging you after 8 hours in the booth, mate.
This is true. 10 on the river. I think John could eke out some extra value here.
I'd like to see him go for it.
C'est du 6 card Omaha, 3 board.
6 card Omaha triple board. You sicko.
Let's do it. Sign me up.
He's so annoyed at that coin flip.
He's on live tilt. 15K is the bet from John. Really like this bet.
Don't flip a coin.
Oh, it's 20K.
Exactly.
Wow, what boss.
Pot size bet with second pair.
Fucking flip.
Ça n'a rien changé. Ça n'a rien changé. On joue combien de temps encore?
C'est jusqu'à 2 heures.
Wow, it makes the call. John gets a pot-sized river bet paid off on the river with pocket eights.
Gets to sit down as well. And maybe the stand-up game creeping into Lupu's thought process there.
Thank you.
As we're into the wee hours here in Rozvadov. Henry, we're back tomorrow, aren't we?
We are indeed. Same time, same place, same funky people in the booth.
Same game?
Same game, I believe.
1-2-4.
Yeah, a little 1-2-4. Down your local.
You put the AC on for a little bit there, Paul.
Parce que toi, tu vois, là, c'était content de voir ici, ça coûtait offsuit.
Allez, on, mate.
Bon, en vrai, tu veux avoir une belle carte, tu peux en voir.
You haven't got a jacket on.
Oh well.
So sick.
Queen 10 versus Ace Jack to the flop. Ace King 4. Goes way out in front. If he makes 2 pair though, it could be a problem as Lupu blasts in some chippies. I wouldn't be surprised to see a raise here from Goach. He does just come with a call, but he's been very switched on tonight.
T'entends ça? Non, c'est moi qui bats tonton en fait.
T'as pris la mienne en fait.
Looks like they're a bit too deep. Oh my word, the jack of clubs.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
On the turn, and Lupu is going to get unstuck some of the 400k. 17-7 in the middle.
12, 12.5.
See what it comes with. Yeah, bang on 12, I believe. Sick read, Mr. Gazaby.
Thank you, sir.
What a turn card.
Not my first rodeo.
Ace or a jack needed. Back-to-back callers for Gauche. Set over set the previous hand. He's now turned 2 pair. His opponent has turned a straight. 3 of clubs on the river, and finally Lupu has the stone cold nuts in a spot. I'd like to see him just blast here.
Yeah.
Just like 2x pot.
I think I'd love to see that as well, but I think we'll see something more in the line of 32.
Like your image, everything, diamonds, brick. Just do it.
32-2, that's my guess. What are you choosing, Henry?
I'm choosing 60,000. Like B150. You've literally been blasting every hand all night. You've finally got it. Your opponent's snap called flop, snap called turn. Just fire out a big bet. You unblock all the pairs. most importantly, you unblock top pair.
32-2. I know I'm wrong.
That is huge.
He has bombed that.
Wow, and a snap fold. Goj snap fold, super. Armin Goj, take a bow. I mean, talk about just making a name for yourself.
Wow.
In less than
Henry.
16 hours of televised poker.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? Because he makes it how much? Is 800? 800?
This time you try, yeah?
Imp is strong.
How much in the pot?
3.9.
3.9.
Rob doesn't like limps.
If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? Because he makes it, how much was the raise?
I am.
Was 38?
Because of 100, it's not
39.
So I can...
It's possible or not possible? Impossible. Impossible.
Raise.
I wanted to play. 800 donation.
29. 3, yeah? Is that right? Oh.
66.9. 66.9.
Five.
Oh, yeah.
Five.
Straight down as well, yeah? Oh, you got the nut flush draw. Good luck. Is that one?
Wow.
I flop set of sevens.
What is
Count your stack, make it more easy. 20, okay.
You don't need to count. You have more. So you have more.
Wanneer maak je nou een nummer?
What about this? This as well, yeah?
Nice. Guys, so we are at the button with nice ace jack of clubs, playing 5-10 no limit hold'em with around 1200 behind. High jack opens for 30.
Cutoff folds. I need you guys to write into chat what would you do differently on the river. And we decide to 3-bet to 100. Small blind folds. Big blind folds. And original raiser decides to flat our 3-bet. We go heads up to the flop, which is king of clubs, 4 of clubs, and 2 of hearts. Opponent checks to us. We flopped a nuts flush draw with 1 over. I think we need to see bet for 75. Opponent quickly calls. I think the opponent could have pair of kings. Turn is jack of hearts, which is giving us second pair. Opponent checks again. I think we need to bet bigger, so I go for 210. We need our opponent to fold all draws and pairs weaker than kings. Opponent calls. And the river is queen of clubs, so we have the nuts, guys. Opponent checks. And now we have the decision, bet small for value or bet big, trying to polarize our bet. Please help me decide in the chat. Type 1 for betting third of the pot, or type 2 for betting 55% of the pot, or type 3 for overbet shove. I decided to go all in for crazy overbet. At this point, I am afraid that the opponent might know exactly where we are. Opponent fold and show us top 2 pair. Next time I need to bet smaller. Yeah.
No seed.
So guys, continue table is not allowed with any of the devices. Headphones, earphones, smartwatch, mobile phone, nothing like that. Everything on the table over there is like what it is.
Device, yeah? Good luck, guys. And yo,
enjoy the game.
So guys, looking to final table, we'll continue but the last position. Last 200, 400, 400. Additional best of luck. Shuffle you, please.
So, first hand of the final table, ace, queen of diamonds, taking down the blinds and antes. Blinds are still 200, 400, 400. There's a lot of love out there for Seti. The guy who just picked up that last hand. Thomas. And 42 of the day. And we went from 24 players all the way down to 9. And Amari, pocket 8s. A lot of love coming in for him in the chat as well from Peggy Sue.
6+. 7+.
If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Czech Poker Masters final table live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. The winner of this event will take home €42,700. For second, third and fourth will all receive a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. Nice to see so many of you tuning in on this Monday afternoon. Interesting to see what way this one plays out. We've had a lot of entertainment and action so far. Maury.
1+.
With the 2 black 8s, raising to 800k. Just under 20 bigs to start the hand. Takes down the blinds and antes. Blinds have gone up. Small blind now a quarter of a mil. Big blind half a mil with $500,000 running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. Average stack is sub 30 big blinds at the moment. Couple of short stacks at this FT, and I expect to see some KG play. Big pay jumps. All players guaranteed a minimum of €3,147 at the moment. That's 3 grand on top of their original investment of €150. Cure is the first to go all in at this FT for 8 big blinds with ace-7 off suit from the cutoff. And Swima not going to be calling with 3 deuce of hearts. Be a nice pickup for Cure. Put himself over the 10 big blind range once more.
Can you take a button, please? Thank you. Wish you good luck. Thank you.
As you can see, this is going to be a very cagey affair because 6 players at this FT, all under 20 big blinds. 2 players under 10 bigs, and then Clement and Cathy both playing 10 bigs apiece. So basically 4 players at the FT with 10 big blinds or less. That means the bigger stacks can apply maximum pressure to the shorter stacks, and the shorter stacks best get a move on. And Sedley, I believe that is his nickname, raising to $1 million with the pocket 7s. Sure, picking up a monster here in the hijack with the 2 Jeffreys. Okay, and the action back around to Thomas, and this is exactly 10 bigs. This is very close. Go either way with this one. Definitely be folding deuces through to 6s, but 7s or 8s plus. I think we might have to call for 10 big blinds total, 4 million more. Just depends if he thinks Cure is going to be jamming a worse, the worst pairs, and hands like ace-5 suited, which I think he will, but you have to remember he raised from under the gun. I honestly think this could be a spot where you could just let 7s go. Cure gets the good news that he is massively in front here to double up to 11.3 million. But there's a 7 on the flop. It has been a day of bad beats non-stop at the King's Resort. And now Cure needing to find a jack. Needs a Jeffrey. The turn is a 9. No help to Cure. And we could lose one of the best players left in the field if he doesn't hit this river. The river's a jack. Oh my God. Cure gets there on the river. Sedley loses a chunk of chips. Very unfortunate after flopping a set. Thomas now going to be left with just under 20 bigs. Cure playing 22. Christoph after that whopper of a call. Limps with the king jack off suit from early position. And Swima on the button here. Not a bad opportunity to try take this one down with an all-in. He's decided to just limp behind. Risky business, but I get it, I understand. He's in position, he wants to see a flop. Now Omori in the call as well from the small blind. Thomas going to check his option. Gang violence, four-way action to the flop. Eight 3 deuce is the flop. Swima loving this one. 2 overcards and second nut flush draw. Not a bad flop for the fives. Christoph, 2 red cards. Not seeing much here, although he might try take it down with a stab. I think he's better off just letting this one go. And I really don't like his limp, by the way. He has the stack to put maximum pressure on this table. It's his world, the rest of them have to live in it. So letting people see flops for cheap with all this money and tickets at stake is just no bueno. It's fine to have a limping strategy, but not when we are in pole position to just put maximum pressure on our opponents. And the way we do that is we start by raising. Swima just going to move all in. Christoph betting $1 million. Now it's only 2.7 million more for Christoph to call, but with very, very little equity. Just lets it go. Nice, nice, juicy pickup there for Swima, now playing 14 bigs. You can see nearly adding 50% to his stack. 6 bigs, massive pickup at this stage. So Cure staying active here, min raising with the ace queen. Oleg not going to defend with king 4 of hearts. Understandable, just with 7 big blinds behind. Bird is swooping in to say hello. No Bird. Flying by to say hi. What up, my G?
I don't want to leave me.
Bird played a tourney on Friday and finished 10th. If he'd have made the final table, we might have considered getting him a hoodie, but better luck next time, Sonny Jim. Secure with ace king, min raising, and Mato looks like he's 3-betting with the 10s. So what's going to happen here is Cure's going to jam. The action's going to be on Mato, and does he want to call it off with 2 10s? Second in chips here. This is why I think best to just call with the 2 10s. Mato absolutely hates this now, and it's an additional 10 mil to call. Congrats, Bird, getting his first cash on his Hendon mob. They all count, buddy. And now, I wouldn't be shocked to see Mato 3-bet fold his 10s. But if we are going to 3-bet fold 10s, I think we are way better off just flatting pre. And if he gambles, he could still have 40 bigs if he loses, and he would be overwhelming chip leader if he wins. So, big moment here for Mato. His body language is indicating he's going to flick that pink chip in to call. But it looks like he is thinking of doing both at the same time. Does eventually fold. I think that's a good pass from Mato, but if I'm going to 3-bet there, would rather use some bluffs. Our hand is just going to be too strong. We could go post flop. Some shorter stacks might jam behind. I just think it plays better overall as a call pre to an under the gun +1 raise. Nice pickup for Cure, adding 4 million to his stack, uncontested. Oleg shoving for 6.5 bigs with the queen jack suited. Nice hand to jam from the button. And Tojo asks, when is the World Series of Poker Europe? The World Series of Poker Europe is for 3 weeks, the middle of October, towards the end of October to the middle of November. The main is on the 11th to the 16th. Deuces could have jammed there, decided against it. Instead it's around to the button. Friedrich with ace-9 off suit 10 bigs. Wants to be jamming this one. Friedrich takes the blinds and antes. Cure on the button here with Jack 9 off suit. Looks like he's going to come in for an open. Min raising. Cure taking the blinds and antes. You're going to see a lot of that, taking down the blinds and antes. A lot of pressure here with the pay jumps and the tickets up for grabs, and massive money up top for this 150 buy-in. So Cure opening in the cutoff, and Cathy with Jacks going to move over the top, and it's going to be about 6 big blinds back to Cure. I believe Cure is going to be priced in here, getting 2-1 on his money. Cathy looking very comfortable, will get called. Cathy set to double up here to 9 million. Can Cure spike a 4, ace, 9, deuce is the flop. Turn is the 8 of spades. Just a 4 now for Cure on the river. It is a jack. Jack popping off once more. Big moment there for Cathy. Now playing close to 20 big blinds. Christoph, 1.2 million to go with the pocket nines, and Pure in the hijack with ace jack. Pure most likely just going to call here in the hijack. Christoph with 50 big blinds. Decides it's good enough for a 3-bet fold. Goes for a very small sizing of 2.5 million. Christoph definitely wants to be calling here for 1.3 million more. With all these short stacks, this will look very strong from Pure 3-betting here, and that's probably why he's chose this combination. But with nearly 5 million in the middle, just 1.3 million more to call, I think we want to be at least calling here with 2 nines. Wow, Pure getting maximum credit here. Christoph not wanting to get involved, just mucks the nines for 1.3 million more. Very tight play there from Christoph, but also Pure's 3-bet looking super strong with all the short stacks around the place. Mano opening to 1.1 million with 5-4 suited, and Swima shoving from the button with King Queen off suit. Nice pick up there for Swima. And Cure now into third place with 33 bigs. Still 6 players under the 20 big blind zone. Cure with the ace jack of spades, min raising. Thomas with a rejammable pocket ace here from the button. I think it's a good time for Sedley to pull the trigger here and shove for 14 bigs total.
6 very solid.
Does move all in. Big blinds more for Cure to call here. ICM wise, this probably could be a fold here now. Depending on what you think your opponent is rejamming from the button. We're under the gun +1, and it does hurt us to lose 6 million of our 16 million. It's a good pass there by Cure. That's a nice pick up there for Sedley. Ace Queen taking that one down with the min raise. Oleg all in from the cutoff for King 10 off suit. Just under 7 blinds. Scoops the blinds and antes. I think Oleg could have shoved that one as well, sub 10 bigs with the ace-6 of hearts. It's close on a 9-handed table, of course, but he is one of the shortest stacks. But it is a unique enough situation because there's a lot of short stacks. So ICM at one of its strongest at the moment with 6 players all under 20 big blinds. Sure, completing with 9-5 offsuit and Catty in the big with Queen 8. Just going to see a flop. Two ways of making a straight here for Cure. Caddy with a pair of 8s will continue for $500,000. See the turn, turns the 3 of clubs. Cure might want to double barrel this one. Try get a 7 or some hearts to fold. Unlikely he'll get a jack or an 8 to fold. But I think his hand is good enough for a second barrel. Make it straight with a 6 or a 10. You bet like 1.5 million here. Even 2 million. And he's going for full pot and some. Cathy, not being deterred, shoves over the top. Really, really strong play there from Cathy. And Cure losing a chunk of chips. Score with 21 big, now 8 off two. Gonna make a million throw on the button. Pure betting 550. Matto defending with 7-5 offsuit. Flop is Queen 8 deuce. And Matto is going to float out of position with 7 high. Wasn't expecting to see that. Really creative play here from Matto. Was not expecting to see this. Leads into his opponent then with basically no equity for 2.7 million. Not something you see every day at the King's Resort. A float out of position and in a lead with just 7 high. And if we're Cure, do we want to see a river? It's expensive. It's a lot of our stack. Is he a non-believer? Poker Goddess is back in the house. Hello, Poker Goddess says you like it. I mean, we've got to like it. It's providing action. It's entertaining. It's got Cure wondering what hands he would check call with from the big blind and lead, decising on the turn. Really looks like a draw, like a Jack 10 type hand, a Jack 9 type hand. I don't think he does this with a queen often, and it doesn't really make sense to bet 2.7 million here on the turn with an 8. And Cure tanking for 3 minutes before letting it go. Nice fixes there from Mako. Really creative play. You want to be trying that too often though. Seven bigs for Oleg, not wanting to get involved there with the ace-9 offsuit. Think he could have just shoved that one, but decides against it. And Frederick takes down the blinds and antes. Blinds are up. Small blind is now 300k. Big blind 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. That's 300, 600, 600. It's going to put additional pressure on the shorter stacks. The bigger stacks should be opening wider. Frederick should be shoving this one with Jack 10 suited. And it looks like Frederick was trying to just call, but it became a raise because he put in an extra chip. A little bit confusing on this one, although I don't mind using this in our min-raise folding range with so many short stacks. And Oleg with 7 bigs under the gun could have opted to shove the jack-9 suit, but decides to let it go. I think players need to be a little bit tighter with their shoving ranges because there's so many short stacks, so it's a regular ICM situation. So Cure has just moved all in over the top of Christoph. Cure with ace, queen off suit, and Christoph with pocket eights, and the decision, it is nearly 8 million more for him to call. I don't think Christoph can call this one. Unlikely that Cure is shoving a worse pair like 7s, 6s or 5s. He's just not in this situation. So therefore Christoph flipping at best. Doesn't want to be flipping. Therefore we will see him let this go, I would think. Matto in the hijack, queen jack offsuit, wants to keep the pressure on, makes it 1.5 million to go.
Four pass, five pass. Six pass.
And Oleg in the big blind nines, going to be rejamming this one, and Matto going to be priced in.
7 race away.
Just 2.5 million more for Matto to call. Does call. We've got a 9 million chip pot in their hands, which is good for 15 bigs. Oleg with pocket nines, 41% against Matto's 59% with his queen jack off suit. And Smolder says Sedley, check star. $10-8-6 is the flop. Inside straight draw working for Oleg. Matto needing help. Turn is the ace of clubs, neither player with a club. Matto can now hit a king for a straight on the river. River is the 9, and that will eliminate Oleg, even though he hits a set on the river. Oleg has been eliminated in 9th place. Unlucky, sir. Good game. You will take home €3,147 for your efforts. That means 8 players remain. They're all guaranteed a minimum of €4,100. And that means Sedley, that is getting all the love in the world on the Action Army Twitch chat this evening, has got a pay jump. Ladders for the lads. The average stack is 14 million with 8 remaining, close to 25 bigs. Matto now playing almost 34 million in chips, which is good for 56 bigs. He's going to get busy here with the ace queen offsuit. And this could spell disaster for the ace-10 of Amori. Matto not going to be folding for 4.2 million more. It's sub 10 bigs total. Does call. Knocks the chips into the pot. 32% for Amori to stay in this event. 12.6 million in the middle, and if Matto wins this, he is going to be the runaway bride. 7-handed at the Czech Poker Masters final table. It's all gone his way so far. Nine, 6, 7 is the flop. 2 hearts, inside straight draw for Amori. Turn is a jack. River is a 4 of hearts, and Amori has been eliminated in 8th place. Matto now playing over 40 million chips, which is good for nearly 70 big blinds. Unlucky to Amori, he will take home €4,100 for his efforts, and that means all 7 players remaining are guaranteed a minimum of €5,800. Frederick with the toppest of pairs here. Unconventional raise off this stack size, and Cathy could have elected to just re-jam with an ace. Decides to just call bad flop for her ace-3, and now Frederick just going to bet and take this one down. Goes for just over a middle ball. I like this sizing. Not the biggest fan of his open there pre. Gets the job done. He's playing 14 big blinds. And I would much prefer to see Cathy 3-bet this one or just straight up jam. Jam seems like the best play. Decides to just call on the small cure with the 10. It's going to bring Matto in for the ride here with 7-5 off suit. Good flop here for Matto with the open ender. Would like to see him lead, and it looks like that's what he's going to do. He just decides to stuff it all in. That's going to be the end of that one. Really impressed by this guy's play so far. Wazzy Bazzy is in the house. We ain't seen you for a minute, son. Hope you're keeping well. Matto in the small blind. Just wants to be shoving this one with the king 10 off suit, or at the very least raising. Raising is fine, but we don't want to be... We just want to keep accumulating the blinds and antes. We just want to shove on our opponent there with hands like king 10, sub 15 bigs. No reason to give them an option to see the flop for 700k here when it's just such a good price with 2.5 million in the middle. They're getting 3.5 to 1 initial odds, and a hand like 9-8 suited going to play very well post flop, especially when we're in position. So Swima does call. Flops best with a pair of 8s. Matto got a bet 1.5 mil. And now the action on Swima. Wants to be continuing, or does he want to just put an end to this and move all in now? I think both options are fine. There's a lot of runouts that aren't great, but we do block some straight draws, so perhaps just calling is the play. Does call, and we're off to a turn. This pot now stacked pot ratio of 1-to-1. Turn is the ace of diamonds, and now Matto must just use this as a jam. And this is the problem with hands like 9-8, oftentimes you're going to have 2 overcards out there. And for me personally, we block some straight draws we would want our opponent to have, but I think it's a great opportunity to just call here, knowing that Matto most likely doesn't have a queen, and if he has an ace, then so be it. It's a very tough call, but I think against the chip leader, we might want to call that one. However, there are some short stacks at the table, so it's just a massive ICM situation. And if you take all that into consideration, then we must fold. Because we have a 9 in our hand, we block our opponent having straight draws that we would want them to have that contain a 9. So Frederick opening with the pocket 7s. Matto calling on the button, and this could be a disaster for Matto. He's an overpair to the board with Frederick pipping him with the 7s. Already 4 million in the pot. And because Frederick has checked, he's just going to be check jamming this one. And you can all call me crazy. I thought Frederick would just jam. But I was saying, if he just jams there, does Matto get away from 6s? Because Frederick not likely to be doing that with, oh my God, it's a 6 on the turn. Matto has ran like God at this FT. And he's played really well at the same time, and it is a perfect storm, a wicked combination, an unstoppable force. Stack the pot ratio of 1-to-1 once again. He just needs to either bet tiny or check back the turn here. We really don't need to bet much more than 1.5 million, 1.2 million, something like that. Up to 1.7. And now, spade rolling off. Frederick get away from this one with a check fold. We check. Now, will Matto get the last 4.5 million? Bird asked, what do you want to know? I want to know the numbers next week's lottery in the name of my future ex-wife. Thank you. Now back to the matter at hand. I think Frederick has too much invested to just fold now. I expected to see him check jam this flop pretty much all of the time. He's in a world of hurt. He's got 7.5 big blinds remaining. There's 25 big blinds in the middle, and he does commit, and he will say goodbye. Really, really unlucky for Frederick. Don't blame him stacking off there on the river against the chip leader, and what a chip leader he is. He's now got 57.1 million. Frederick, very unlucky in the end there. He will take home €5,800 for his efforts. That means we go six-handed. 6 remaining. 4 can get the 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. So things could get quite cagey. They won't be getting cagey for that man, Mato Misic. Playing out of his socks at the moment, and the deck hitting him in the face. Somebody stop that man. It's going to be very difficult from here on out. There you see it, 51% of all the chips in play. Ladders for the lads indeed. Mato, 1.4 million to go, and he should be opening willy-nilly. Nearly half the deck he should be opening into the lineup behind him. Doesn't have to get too carried away. King 3 suited definitely going to fall into that category. And for Thomas Sedley, I think this is an ideal rejamming spot here against the chip leader with a hand like King Jack offsuit. It's going to be a tad too much for Mato to call this one. He hasn't put a foot wrong. Didn't expect him to call. There, FOMO Deuce. I love the name. Very funny. I'm actually reading that book at the moment, but I'm reading Sapiens. I just finished Sapiens. Moving on to Homo Deuce now next. Yeah, it's important to note that all players remaining, apart from Clement, won't have played for this kind of money before. I don't think so anyway. Thomas with 15 bigs just wants to shove this on the button. He can min raise sometimes, but I think it's going to play better as a straight up jam. And it's a good thing he didn't jam, because Christoph waiting in the small blind here with ace queen of clubs. And Cure just wants to be jamming from the small blind. The ace queen taking that one down with the rejam. Of course, Apocalypse asked, did I see anything about SummerSlam? SummerSlam, Dan? No, I did not, but I heard. Who did I see? I seen the Logan Paul in fighting there the other night, to be honest. Bird says he saw a recap, and what he should say is he knew that Reigns and his entourage will again cheat, same thing since years. What was I? I was watching the boxing at the weekend with Jake Paul and Nate Diaz. I'd be a fan of the Diaz brothers for sure, but wasn't worth staying up until 7 a.m. Not really, no. Christoph now with pocket tens facing the all-in of Swima, and Christoph's pocket tens going to be too good here to not get involved. I really wouldn't like to see Sanchez folding, but he just lets it go. That's a misstep from the tens. It is close. I don't mind folding eights or nines, sevens of course, but tens just a bit too tight for my liking. There's a lot at stake here though, folks. The reason I think he should be calling with tens is he can afford it, and it's only for about a quarter of a stack. It's like he turned around and he stared me in the face. Like he could hear what I said. Sorry for your troubles, buddy. Matto with 90 bigs, and the closest to him is Christoph, and Christoph doesn't want to change that, and I understand, but it's just he could afford to lose there and still have 3/4 of his stack, and then all other remaining players all under 20 big blinds. Yes, Ivan. It's just a little, like, obviously jacks plus we have to go. Sevens, eights, nines we can put in the muck. Tens I just think are just too good of a hand. They're going to outperform a lot of hands that jam into us. Yes, of course we are going to be flipping the majority of the time, but we have the stack that can afford it. I guess his reasoning for folding there is he doesn't want to be back down with the rest of the pack because he has separated himself from Clement by about 20 big blinds, and that would be significantly changed should he lose.
Can you take a button, please? Mister?
Christoph raising to 1.5 million, and it's a good thing he didn't just straight up jam, because Cure waiting in the wings here with 2 kings in the hijack. Well, he couldn't jam, sorry, he was under the gun. My apologies. But we are playing 6-handed now. Cure could opt to 3-bet, but I feel like it would look too strong given the dynamic. Most likely just see him jam. He could occasionally flat. But with sub 20 blinds, I think we will just see him put it in. I like the way he plays Clement Cure. He's very deliberate, takes his time, really thinks about his decision-making process. And it looks like he is going to go for a small 3-bet. See, creative players like Cure will have some 3-bet folds in their range. I just think with 6 left and 4 tickets up for grabs, it's unlikely, but he wants to keep some hands. We will see him 3-bet fold some other hands, so he's able to do this with a hand as strong as Queens Plus. And it's 1.8 million back for Christoph, but I don't think he can continue with just ace-8 suited. And it is basically just a min raise with a little bit of cheese on top, so it's going to get Christoph to bite and stack the pot ratio once again less than 1 to 1.
It's up to 4. 7, check the blind.
King in the window.
Bet 1,250,000. 1, 2, 3.
Cure betting 1.25 million. Ivan asks, why would you bet here? Well, I guess if he checks back, he's a lot of stronger hands in his range. I don't believe this. Christoph is shoving all in. He's ready for weakness. This is a massive blow up here by Christoph. Not good. If he's going to fold 10s and then do something like this, it's just everything's in reverse. Gotta call it as I see it. The turn is the 6 of clubs. Quadzilla in the house for Clement Cure, and what a dangerous man to be giving chips to. He is now going to be playing 22.8 million. His patience paying off. Christoph now going to be under 20 bigs. What a difference a few hands make there. Christoph easily could have lost or won with those 10s. Instead, loses a pile of chips here. Gives them to Cure. Cure going to be loving that. And that is why, folks, you've seen Clement Cure 3-bet instead of jamming with the kings, really pricing in his opponent for 1.8 million more.
Blinds up. 400,000, 800,000, 800,000 big one in.
Blinds are up, and this is going to put massive pressure on the shorties. 400 small blind, 800k big blind, 800k running big blind ante. That's 488. Sedley, sub 10 bigs, small blind, queen 10 suited, got a jam. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Christoph with 2 red ladies, going to snap him off. Terrible luck for Thomas here so far. And Sedley, the fan favourite, is at risk with just 13% equity.
Guys, take your seats, please. Thank you.
Can I go to restroom? Yeah.
14.5 million in the pot. Sedley looks disgusted. Nothing he can do. No help there for Thomas whatsoever. 8-5 deuce. Turn is the 8 of spades. Thomas Sedley has been eliminated in 6th place. Unlucky, sir. Good game. You will take home €7,550 for your efforts, and that means all 5 remaining players guaranteed almost €10,000 in cash. We are on a 10 grand World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket bubble. So we are essentially on a 13 grand bubble, including the ticket, with the pay jump and the ticket included, of course.
2 plus. 3 plus.
Swima shoving from the cutoff with Jack 6 of hearts. This is a bit loosey-goosey.
Pass. 1 pass.
But it will get the job done, and he'll add 2 million to his stack. And Cure just wants to be completing here in the small, or just shoving. Good thing he didn't shove this time. Catty with a monster ace king of diamonds. Looking very comfortable, shoving all in.
You missed my... was queens against queen 10.
No, that I have seen, and I thought this is like pretty much done thing, but I was still curious what was the board. Was it a bit...
No.
No, you told me. Thank you.
Pass. 7 plus. pass. Three pass. Bin ich jetzt hier der Außenseiter, ja?
Cure just going to steal the blinds with the King's 7 of diamonds. He's now got 20% of all the chips in play.
Seven pass. One pass. Two pass.
Mato giving a walk and Swima with the same hand. No playing 10 bigs. Catty at the cutoff with 10 bigs. Most likely wants to be shoving ace-5 in normal circumstance. She does go for it. Mato with 6s on the button. And he can well afford this. And it looks like he's interested. ICM wise, he might just want to hold on to his chips. But it looks like he wants to gamble here. He's counting out chips. Usually when a player is counting them out like this, they're not going to put them back in their stack. Moves all in. This sucks for Catty. She is going to have about 28% equity. Mato, who hasn't put a foot wrong, who hasn't got unlucky in any situation, is dominating the ace-5 of Catty with his pocket sixes. Here we go. King 4-4, very clean here for Mato. Catty needing runner or an ace. It's an ace! Oh my, what a time to hit an ace. River is the jack of hearts. Catty will survive. Fist bump her opponent and sit back down with 24 big blinds. Big moment for Catty. Mato won't be too happy with that at all, but nothing he could do. Could have just folded pre, but for 10 bigs, I think 6 is not the worst gamble there. Cathy going for a large raise size with the two red ladies. 2.3 million to go. I think Matto wants to just get out of the way this time. He's still playing 45 million, just has to remain composed. Instead it's Swima shoving all in, and we've got action. Caddy snapping him off. Fist bumping again. And this lady, if she can hold with the two red ladies, is going to secure a 10 grand ticket, get a pay jump, and go four-handed for the Czech Poker Masters final table.
Please take your seats. Thank you.
17 mil ball in the pot. Big moment here for both players involved. It's Jack 5 deuce, very clean for Cathy so far. Turn is a 9. Cathy now looking pretty as we hit the river. River is a 10. Unlucky for Swima. It's always bad to bubble a 10 grand ticket, but well played. Nothing he could do in the end. And as for Cathy, congratulations. All players remaining securing a 10 grand ticket for themselves, and a minimum of 12,400 euro cash. Mater Swima will take home 9,800 euro. All players breathe a sigh of relief now. She now has a quarter of all the chips in play. What an entertaining final table it's been so far. We are now four-handed. No more worry about that ticket. It's all to play for the title of the Czech Poker Masters Summer Edition. Average stack is 28 million according to Johan. So good for 33, 34 big blinds still. Pretty soon we'll be faced with a 1 million big blind. Matto wants to keep the foot on the gas. Christoph with 20 bigs. Yeah, Johan, you're right. 35 big blind average. Looks like a large raise size from Christoph. When you make raise sizes like this that are nearly 4x, your price out hands like the one Clement Cure has. We're playing four-handed now, and had he min raised, probably would have seen a 3-bet from the button, but as it stands, he gets away from it. Caddy on the button, 33 big blinds, pocket fours, and the decision. And Christoph with a very rejammable pocket tens here in the big blind for 20 bigs total. No reason to do anything else. Moves all in. Caddy insta folding. Look at this. Cathy, Christoph, and Cure very, very similar in chips, and that means Matto should be applying maximum pressure. Cathy going for the 3x sizing once more. Cure lets it go. Raised to 2 million from Christoph on the button with Jack 10 off suits. And now Cathy should just rejam this one from the big blind with a small pocket. It looks like she just wants to see a flop for the additional 1.2 million. Gets out flopped. Christoph with top pair. Christoph taking that one down with a bet. Christoph raising to 2.2 million with pocket eights. Looks like he's going to use this one as a 3-bet. I prefer to have a worse hand than 6-5 off to 3-bet here. Maybe a blocker, but he does 3-bet to 5.8 million. And now the action back on Christoph. I think Christoph most of the time just wants to be 4-bet ripping this one. Having said that, it's Matto's first time to 3-bet from the big blind here in quite a number of hands. But we are 4-handed. If you've got a better hand than eights, Matto, then so be it. I think it's too good of an opportunity to take down a pot of nearly 10 million pre-flop. Looks like he's going to let it go, and Matto getting away with murder once again. 47.625 million.
Scharfer Fold. Entweder stelle ich rein oder gehe raus. Dann haben wir wahrscheinlich einen Flip oder du bist vorne.
Elevated Seam says he's a casual player at best, but can you fold eights there four-handed? I don't really think there was enough significant information to be folding eights, unless there was a tell he thought he had, but he was wrong. It's either a fold or a shove, says Bird. He's dead right. I don't think we want to be calling in position, but I think folding should be our third option. Cure goes for the bet of 1.5 million, takes it down. Christoph and Cure playing almost identical stacks, just 2 or 3 big blinds separating the two. Bird says, would you do a coin flip for 5k? I think we're reading too much into it. Like, at some point you've got to take a stand. It wasn't like the third time Christoph had been 3-bet from the big blind, but in general, if we're going to open there and we have aggressive chip leader, we have to be prepared to 4-bet jam a hand like eights. Caddy betting 800k on Queen Jack 6. Cure check calling for 1 big blind, 4 million in the middle as we hit the turn. Turn is the 4 of spades. dear. 2-pair now for Cure on the river after calling the turn. I expect to see him fold a hand like 8-6. He's got very lucky here, and if he checks now, will Catty bet a third time? And that's why you're going to see Cure lead. Now, if he's leading, wants to lead for around 3.5 million. Goes for 3.4. That's the sizing that most likely will get paid by Cathy, although straights come in, flush comes in. It's not a great river card for Cathy's pair of queens, but it is blind v blind, and we're in a four-handed situation. She is getting over 3-1 on her money. Let's see what happens. Her body language is indicating that she wants to get rid of it. To be honest, this looks very strong from Cure. Check calling flop, check calling turn, and now leading river. I can't think of many bluffs here. Maybe King 9, King 10. Catty does end up paying the man and is now playing under 20 big blinds once more. Cure playing 27.7 million. Can't blame Catty for calling there, but when you really break it down, what hands are bluffing on that river after check calling flop, check calling turn, and then leading into our opponent? Not many combos at all. Cure opening on the button. Matto in the big blind with ace queen off suit. Wants to be 3-betting this one. Make it about 6 million or 5.5. Goes for 5. This is just a 3x 3-bet, so Cure might call here some of the time. Does feel like he's priced in to see a flop in position. Doesn't want to see a queen. Seven, 6, 6 is the flop. And Matto only needs to bet about 4.5 million here. Goes for 5 again. Don't think Cure can complete here or continue. Is some backdoor straight draws working for him. He just has queen high though in a 3-bet pot. unless he decides to use it as a bluff. No, lets it go.
Two of them.
Catty shoving 15 million on the button with Queen 9 off suit. That was quite a large jam, by the way, from the Queen 9 offsuit on the button of Catty. Needs to be careful doing that. Wasn't even suited. Does get the job done. Playing identical stack there with Christoph. Pure with 7 bigs more than the other two. And then obviously Matto out in front as the established chip leader in this four-handed affair.
Dann war's gut geschauspielt, ne?
Matto raising to 2 million and curing the big. Wants to see a flop here with the 8-6 suited for 1.2 million more. Seven three deuce. Two diamonds out there. Matto just wants to bet about 1.8 million here, 2 million. Looks like he's going for a larger sizing. I'm not a fan of this sizing. It's just like 80% pot here. No need for it. Doesn't need to bet that big. Gets the job done though. Scoops another pot. Look at all those pink chips. Grinding Nemo is in the house. What up, Grinding Nemo? Brian Nemo says hello from Belgium. Greetings. Cure completing in the small and Cathy in the big with ace queen off suit. Now Cathy wants to induce here by raising to about 2.4, 2.8 million. Instead, she just moves all in. Cure is going to call all in and call. I'm not sure about Cure's call there, but maybe it's fine. I think we fold King Jack. Definitely want to be calling King Queen suited. It just sucks when we're dominated, and that is the situation here. Cathy with ace queen, 33.3 million in the middle. Cure is going to be crippled if he is unsuccessful here. Is the king of kings, king 10-8. And now it's Cathy who needs to get lucky, or she will be our fourth place finisher. Turn is a 4, diamonds. Cathy needing an ace or a jack on this river. It is an 8 of hearts, and that is a disgusting run out there for Cathy. And that is dangerous for Cure. Cure with 36.5 million now, coming after the chip leader. Congratulations, Cathy. Savage run. Brilliant stuff for the ladies. Takes home a 10 grand ticket for her efforts and 12,400 euros. She played very well. 3 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of 17,000 euro. And Cure not going to be that far behind the chip leader now. And Christoph going to have to get to work. He is now at a short stack by a considerable margin. Yeah, I'm not sure about that call with the king queen, honestly. I mean, it's a gamble. She does get the job done, and if you see her jamming hands like king queen or queen 9 on the button for 20 bigs, then king queen off certainly becoming a call. I'm not one to be questioning Clement Cure. He's a far better player than me when he's hanging around with the likes of Dorian Melhers. Okay, folks, we're going on a break. We're going to be back with 3-handed action. Matho with over half the chips in play, Clement Cure with a third of the chips in play, and Christoph with 15%. I will see you all in a few moments as we will crown the champion of the Czech Poker Masters live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov tonight. Back in a few.
You need the 4 of spades.
4 of spades, yeah.
Alright. Got their skills, not using RTA.
Okay. Okay. So you think the first is like system which is somewhat sustainable would be like high rake for high volume players who don't select.
High rate back, high volume players. Well, that's kind of like employees, right? Starting the game. Huh?
Your wife is Jewish? So, kids Jewish too, because of the mom. Older daughter speaks pretty good Hebrew. Young one doesn't speak.
Oh, so they have a family in Israel?
Yeah, their grandma lives there. Yeah. And all the cousins and yeah, big family kind of.
You ever been?
Yeah, 2 times with them.
But your kids speak no Finnish, right?
Hebrew, French, those are fluent, and then it's Spanish and Italian. That is pretty good, Spanish and easy because it's people speak a lot of Italian and in Monaco. And so used to go to Italy to horse ride, and coach would speak only Italian.
I try teaching my kids Russian, but it's just when your spouse doesn't speak the same language, it's just not gonna work.
Yeah, it comes down to how much can you spend time with them, and I couldn't do that. I just simply couldn't do it.
I was in the same boat.
You would like have to hire a nanny who would speak the language and teach. That would be the way to do it.
23.6 is.
How much is
this? 94.4 plus.
Because so many people speak around the world, but in Finland,
it's
what do you do with this
175
language if you don't live there?
I mean, it's never going to be a problem speaking just another language. An additional language is always good, right?
Yeah, it's good, but it's still from the practical point of view, you can still choose from some major languages instead of something that
we
you
have a pretty big pot.
Practical use.
Like if you win the first or me, we are running twice. He wins.
Okay, we can do it like this.
But
okay,
you go twice for.
One time.
No, but if one of us win the first. Okay.
Oh no.
Double, spade.
There's a top set. There's a rapidibadoo.
I've lost spade.
You need the 4 of spades.
4 of spades, yep.
What have I got? 8 out, 7 out.
9, 7, 4.
6. 4 or 5.
You win for the moment.
I win for the moment, yeah? So what do we want? No spades?
You need big or small card.
Huh?
Big or small.
No barrel. Damn it. Barrel wins. I'll stack it again.
Yeah.
How much is it?
Wow.
25.
It's a big pot.
We're just observers.
Huh?
We're just observers.
Yeah.
Observing.
But didn't you agree to it?
I haven't played any.
I'm just chilling over here. Don't touch me.
One time. No side.
Yeah.
I said one time and no side deal.
Yeah, later then we see one.
You guys want to sort it out between you afterwards, fine. No side deal. You guys could have pieces of each other.
All in from Caminita, and Pansier is asking for a count. Really, really awful spot for him.
Bottom of range when our opponents could easily just 3x trashy hands like 8-3 and whatnot.
I think you're absolutely right, Henry. I think we want to be limping in there sometimes. Obviously, it is nice to just go ahead and rip and see what happens, let the cards fall where they may. But getting trappy is never a bad thing. Particularly a hand like Queens, which doesn't need too much protection from overcards. As we see Pansier raising to 500,000 under the gun, comes with the min open, and Mr. Wheeler all the way from Chicago.
Doesn't have the worst hand in the world to 3-bet fold.
We're going to see a re-raise after he takes this time, but elects to just let it go. Oh, Mr. Wheeler.
Missing a 22 big blind stack. See the payouts in the chat there for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you want to hear my Jason Wheeler story?
It's your story, mate, yeah.
I feel like I've built it up to something it's not.
Oh no. Is it another
what?
Disappointing Gary Blackwood story?
Yes, it is.
It's kind of like your jokes. Your dad jokes.
Oi, you take that back. Right, so I think the year is 2018. I'm playing my first ever World Series of Poker main event.
Oh no.
I think I'm a
Oh.
It's okay, I let it like this and fold.
Wow.
So Balan has
Just set fire to 125k. Didn't realize that it had been opened.
Matthew will play 25k. Matthew will play 25k.
And you?
Yeah. You also, Lucifer?
Wow.
That's a pretty brutal live misclick.
Yeah.
Really need to stay dialed in these spots, chat. Pay attention. I mean, there's a lot going on. Would have flopped an open ender. What a weird spot.
What will you play after WSOP?
Below with 3.5.
Where will you go after WSOP?
Behind 1.4 in the middle.
Yeah, and then EPD Prague. And time off. And then time off. Thinking of going to Amsterdam. Not like big, but it's going to be fun.
Sixer.
Gets checked through. 5 of clubs on the turn, pairing the board.
Bulu immediately reaching. Henry spoke about this earlier. He tends to act hella quickly. Comes out with a very quick stab here for 350,000 chippies.
Yeah, big fan of this turn probe for quarter pot.
Around 350.
Also same stuff.
Not going to get the job done though. Pansier correctly deciphering that his ace king is going to be good a lot of the time here. Makes a call. Bulu looking for a 7 and 8 or a 9 to take the lead. Pansier staring him down. 6 of hearts on the river. Bit of a disaster card if you're Boogaloo, because now the ace-X type hand's a little more likely to call.
Not this WSOP, but the one that they threw in October.
Not going to slow him down, Gary. As he goes B25 on the turn. B50, thereabouts, on the river.
Straight draws miss, flush draws miss. Pansier with just ace high. One of the better ace highs to call with though. Your opponent shouldn't be bluffing much ace X or king X. So you unblock those bluffs. Don't block too much value, mind you. You don't block ace 6 suited. You do block king 6 suited. You don't block king 5 suited.
I was like, oh, this just happens all the time.
These guys really focused. Every pot extremely important. Makes the call.
Nice call, sir. Take a bow. Not easy. Obviously easy for us in the booth and at home, but out there, bright lights, cameras.
Don't want to look like an idiot.
Yeah, 2 players away from a WSOP bracelet event final table.
If you take me by mistake,
Stays dialed in and finds the correct call, up to 10 million in chips down. The Frenchman. Crumbs.
What did you think of Rozvadov Everhoof? Curious to hear your thoughts on this place. How many likes have we got on YouTube, I hear you ask? As we're going to see a flop for the first time in a while. 257. You guys are awesome. My name is Gary Blackwood, also known as GazzyB123. As we get a very interesting flop here. The Jack Deuce of Spades flopping the flush draw. Pansier flopping top pair. I don't see Pansier doing much checking here. Maybe he just checked rips it. Who knows? Does elect to check. Caminita with that flush draw and the overcard. Reasonable equity here for the Italian. He decides to knuckle it on back. 5 of diamonds on the turn. No help to Caminita just yet, although he does pick up the gut shot. A 4 would give him a straight. A jack would give him top pair. A spade would give him a flush. 31% equity. Does Pansier start to fire now? Answer is yes. Lars de Monk says EPT Prague is soon. Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. 2.4 million is the bet. Call from Caminita. No help to him on the river. Pansier with the best of it. 8.4 million in there. Caminita with a pot-sized bet left behind. Had to get an action flop. And then 9 deuce versus jack deuce hands. Caminita didn't bluff the river earlier in this spot, when his king high flush draw missed. A lot less showdown value here with the jack deuce.
One Coke Zero, please. Yeah.
All in from Caminita, and Pansier is asking for a count. Really, really awful spot for him with just second pair. Lots of draws missed though. Lots of hands like jack 4, 10-4, spades. Chat, do we think he's going to call it off? Type number 1 if you think he's going to call, 2 if he's going to fold. Get your answers in as soon as possible. 1 if you think Pansier makes the call with a pair of 9s. 2 if you think he folds. We've got deuce, deuce, deuce already. Bunch of 1s. Wow. Answers coming in thick and fast. Plant a seed, there are 2,982. Looks to be that the chat thinks a call is slightly more likely. All those missed draws as mentioned, but a bunch of 2 pairs. Bunch of straights that might play like this. Pansier with the big stack. He might want to preserve that stack. If he calls and loses, he's down to about 15 million. Less, actually. But on the other hand, guys and girls, if he calls and wins, he's got 1 hand on the bracelet. Should have gone all in on the turn with that hand. A little surprised they didn't get it in on the flop, to be honest with you. There's no obvious 2 pairs. I think there are some. 5-3, 6-3, 6-5, 9-5, King 3, King 6. It gets through, and he shows the bluff. Oh my days, you love to see it. Caminita instantly on his back. Absolutely fantastic.
And we've got a massive clash here. Welcome back, folks. Three-handed, third hand back, Czech Poker Masters final table. This is a bit of a setup, three-handed, pure raising to 3.5 million. And I think Matto wants to make this about 8.5 million, 9.5 million. Something around that area. This could very well be the end of Cure if he doesn't decide to flat, which I don't think he will, but there is a lot of ICM pressure between third and second place. And having said that, then it's an awesome spot for Matto to apply a lot of pressure to Cure. Well, if looks could kill, Matto would be dead. Stare of death there from Clement Cure. Moves all in, gets snapped off, and there is 76 million in this pot. Matto has barely put a foot wrong all day. He lost that hand with sixes against ace-5. That's the only one I can think of. Cure is up against it here with just 7% equity to stay in this tournament. Absolutely nothing he can do. Standard stuff, 4-bet jamming, less than 40 bigs, blind v blind to a 3-bet by an aggressive player in the big blind. Only noticing how funny his t-shirt is, or his jumper. And that's a bit of help there. He's got one queen. It's been happening all day, folks. Ace no good, of course. Clubs no good, of course. But now 10% equity as we hit the turn. Oh! To be a sweat. I don't believe it. He nails the turn. Oh my God. How many times today has this happened? Just crazy. So sick. So sick. Unbelievable. gotta really, really feel for Matto in that situation. Guy's done everything right. Yes, he's been hit with the deck, but look, it only takes one hand, and aces aren't invincible. Certainly not invisible. And now, giving this many chips to the most accomplished player left in the field, three-handed, is going to be very hard for Matto to come back from this. And Christoph has played well, but he's been a bit lackluster in a few spots for my liking, so it's going to be very difficult for Cure not to take this down, but a long way to go yet. And Johan, that is a very good point. He did beat aces earlier with ace-king to run a runner, and then he got moved table, so I kind of forgot about that when he moved back. But guys, you're in a €150 buy-in with over 2,000 runners. Like, shit's gonna go down. You've got to get lucky countless times to survive an event that runs for multiple days. But the Frenchman must be giddy as a schoolgirl after hitting that queen on the turn. The poker gods favouring the Frenchman. So that it was a very good reminder, Johan. That started things off early on in the day. It's been beat after beat, pair after big pair. Artful Vibe says, of course, but he's also been lucky with Cathy. Yeah, he's been lucky a few times. I mean, if there's a word past lucky, like, there's been some massive all-ins that have just gone in his favour. But you need all the chips to win in this game, sooner or later. Artful Vibe says, so all the luck is gone now. Well, it's hard for the luck to come back after it goes. That is the thing. And it's very hard to remain composed. You just feel like it all fell apart the last hurdle, like your horse falling when they're out in front in a horse race. And what a dream scenario for Clement Cure to be in. Never mind hitting that second queen, but with that much chips and both of your opponents on the ropes playing sub 20 bigs, it is just a war of attrition. He just needs to be grinding away because Matto and Christoph do not want to bust before each other. There's a significant pay jump, and this is going to favour Cure's game all day. Looking at nearly a $7 pay jump between third and second. It's all falling into place for Clement Cure. Sanchez checking over to Matto. Matto just going to bet and take this one down. Million chips are the yellow ones there in play now. And of course that means there's a 1 million big blind with a 1 million running big blind ante. It's going to be tit for tat between Christoph and Matto. And Cure just needs to keep wham-bamming them. All Interfold says, without luck, you will never win a tournament. Yes. But as I keep saying, when skill meets luck, it's the perfect storm. Especially when you're deep. In another event at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov. Maddo with the flush draw. Cure with the bet. Maddo can call or raise. I think calling is probably the better option. His call. Turn brings in the flush, and it's a good card for Cure to keep barreling on. His opponent very unlikely to have an ace. Gets him to fold a 7 or a 5 pretty much all of the time here with a bet on the turn. So he is going to reach. Doesn't have to bet too much, somewhere around 3 million. Goes for 2.8. And if we're Matto, we just have a call here again. I'm not a fan of that raise. Yes, our hand does need protection some of the time, but I just don't think we've any bluffs at our range there if we're Matto, and therefore you're just giving the game away by raising. And you stop an aggressive player from barreling you again on the river. Yes, a 4th diamond might roll off, but if you're beat, you're beat. So hard to make a hand in no limit hold'em, especially if you're 3-handed.
To raise 2 million.
Also, guys, I said before the break, I'm not sure about calling with that king queen offsuit blind v blind when we limp and she jams 20 at us. But I had a little think about it, and I think she was playing kind of an all-in or fold type game, and therefore king queen going to be too far up in our range when we have secured the ticket. So I think we could fold a hand like king 10 or king jack, but king queen plus I think we need to be calling. Cure with the best of it here. Cure can bet or check this one. I think both options are fine. Does check it back this time. Turn is a 9. He's now got a straight draw. Matto has a pair of 9s. Christoph with a straight draw. Now is the time to get some value. Methinks if we're Cure, we bet 3.5, 4 million. Even less if he wants. $3.5 million is the bet, or 3.7. Right in between 3.5 and 4. And that's just a really nice pickup for Cure. He keeps winning pots like that. He won't be long before lifting the Czech Poker Masters trophy. But in a day that's had it all, action-wise and entertainment-wise, we could have a few more surprises yet.
up? Seven check. Two bet 1 million.
I expected Christoph to maybe bet this one on 7-3 deuce. He's got backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws working for him. A bit too tight to just be check folding. Pure bets 1 million, takes down another pot.
Seven plus. Two call. 1 million. Three check. Four bets up.
Pure can just bet 1 blind here, take it down. Does bet 1 blind. And we'll take it down.
Was für ein Glück.
Pure can really raise just about anything on the button now, and this is good proof of that. Not quite 7-2 offsuit, but it's the 7-3. And for Christoph, he can defend with the king deuce offsuit if he wants, but it's not a great combo. And you're against an extremely aggressive player who's going to put maximum amount of pressure on you on flops, turns and rivers, so he just decides to let it go. Pure gets the walk. Christoph with a jam from the button here for 11 bigs with 8s, unless he wants to raise call. Bato looks fed up, and I don't blame him after losing that pot with aces. It really stings. It's really tough to come back from that. About 4 big blinds, less than 5 bigs separating Mato and Christoph. Cure can just start jamming now from the button with hands like ace-6 offsuit. Both players under 20 bigs. Mato forced to fold his queen-jack. And Sanchez going to have to get out of the way with the 8-3. Shows the ace. Christoph with 11 bigs in the small, Jack 10 offsuit. Don't really understand this raise to 2.5 million. I would much prefer if Sanchez just shoved. We don't want to be raising 2.5x in the small into the big blind, who is dominating us in chips. And that is why you're going to see Cure just get out of the way. Sanchez getting away with that and looking very strong. Raising off that stack size. Needs to be careful doing that though, could get himself in a lot of trouble. And Christoph raising to 2.5 million on the button with 9-5 of hearts. Cure just going to be rejamming this one from the small with a hand as strong as King Queen. And Cure is now going to have both of his opponents under 15 big blinds, or yeah, in or around. Johan says, I think we do not need a prediction for the winner of this event. It ain't over till it's over, but a man of Clement Cure's caliber with this amount of chips, it's going to be very, very difficult. A mountain to climb, some might say. You know what, I wouldn't be shocked to see Cure just jam this 10-4 diamonds. Both players sub 15 bigs. Probably works best as a jam. What the hell? Okay, Christoph Sanchez has had enough and wants to call it off for 10 bigs with 9-6 off suit. Don't really understand this one. This is just pure and utter frustration call. Sick of being bullied and being pushed around. Takes a stand, 42% equity nonetheless. Cure does not want to double this man up, and there's a 9 on the desk. Cure needing a 10 now. Turn is a 4, needs a 4 or a 10. Or Christoph Sanchez will double back up to 21.5 big blinds. It is a king. And that will piss Clement Cure off no end. He did not want to double up one of the players there. That will have to change his ranges a little bit. He's going to have to tighten up. All Clement Cure can do is smile and wave. This is what happens when you push and bully your opponents around so much. They just take a stand. They've had enough and they'll call with virtually anything. And you know, for Matto there, it's a golden opportunity to win 7 grand extra. Rooting for the 10-4 diamonds like there's no tomorrow. But Sanchez doubles up and now is above Matto in chips, but that was wild to say the least. Interesting to see how much Cure would tighten up, considering he got called by 9-6 off suit for an all-in. Matto with ace king of spades here. With the rejam. Interesting to see if Christoph Sanchez will tighten up after doubling up. It's usually the way it goes. No longer gambling because he's 20 bigs instead of 10. He looks very tired though, very red in the face. Matto gets it through, now playing 22.5 big blinds. Flop going check, and Cure with a straight draw, an inside straight draw. This board favouring the perceived big blinds defending range more so than the button opening range, but we are playing three-handed. I'd like to see Cure bet here, and I wouldn't. He doesn't need to go too small, like 3 million, close to 4 million. Goes for 3.6. Yeah, I like this sizing. That gets Matto to fold. Sanchez folding queen 7 offsuit on the button, and Cure in the small with ace king of spades. Goes for a raise to 3.5 million. Mato folding, and he's got both players now under the 20 big blind zone again. This could happen for a while, folks. He will have to adjust to his shoving ranges for 15 big blinds or so if people are going to be calling him willy-nilly. He does not want to give an opportunity to double up one of these players again. And if he is going to do that, he's going to want a better hand than 10-4 suited. And a hand like Jack-10 suited could easily just go for the lot here. Yeah, Jack-10 suited just got to play so well. Just wants to see if he can hit a flop with it. Maybe Mato might rejam here from the small sub-20 blinds with ace-4 off suit. Wow, gets Mato to fold an ace in the blinds. And Christoph in the big blind. Great flop here for Christoph, defending, flopping trips, and not the worst board for Cure to continue. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. It's a paired board. We have positional advantage. We're the pre-flop aggressor. Now Sanchez just wants to call here, doesn't want to scare away his opponent from double and triple barreling on him. Prince Severu in the house that just came to say hello to my main man Dan, or my man Dan. Thank you very much, man. Nice to hear from you. It's been a hell of a day of action. I've thoroughly enjoyed this one. We're three-handed, 120 hands in. It's been turbo, rapid, savage action. And there now, betting a call. 3 diamonds hits the turn. I think Cure just wants to give up here. He's not going to get his opponent to fold an 8. His opponent could have a 5. He's a way better hands to be barreling off with. Doesn't want to hit a jack or a 10 on this river. Instead, it's an ace of hearts, and this might get barreled. But Sanchez probably going to lead here to get paid by an ace in case. I don't know. I think Christoph should check again. And Christoph does check, and now Sanchez making a good check over to his opponent, and it is going to get Cure to bet. Bets 4.5 million or 3.5 million, and this is perfect for Sanchez to just jam. He's got one of the best fives he can have. Yes, he loses to 8-5, 5-3, ace-5. But highly, highly unlikely. Does move all in, snap fold by Cure. Sanchez now playing 26 big blinds. He's come a long way since that 9-6 offsuit. Artful Vibe says, good fight, I like it. I love a good fight. I love when heads bounce off the canvas for boatloads of cash and bounce. Christoph in the small pocket tens. 26 bigs. MJ says, here, here. Lord, hear us. And Cure in the big blind with ace-4 clubs is just going to call. I was going to say, is he just going to jam? Could have opted to jam, decides to take the conservative route. I think that's better given the dynamic. Does call, we see a flop, 8 million in the middle, 10-7 deuce. Christoph now with a set. A bet and a call. Turn is the 8 of hearts, and that'll be the end of it for Cure, I think, on a board like this. For Christoph, doesn't need to bet too much to set up a river jam. Like something around 5 million or less, goes for 4.5. I think that's ideal. It sets up pretty much a 16 million jam on the river. Problem is Cure doesn't have any of it, bar ace high. Sanchez with them in, or the raise to 2.5, and Cure with the same hand. Ace Jack off suit in the small blind. Interesting to see a 3-bet and a call from Sanchez. I expected to see a 4-bet jam, but with the ICM pressure between third and second, decides against it, just calls. 19 million in this pot now. Cure with the opportunity to take this away from his opponent if he bets. Doesn't need to bet too big, can bet something like around 6 million. Not a great board though to do it, but he's gonna go for it here. Bet like even 5.5. Goes for 5.5. Problem now for Sanchez is he's invested a considerable portion of his stack, like 8 million of it. And now he's going to probably be forced to fold on this board, not connecting with it. But it looks like he might have other ideas. Difficult tank here for Sanchez. He is getting nearly 5-1 to see a turn. Looks like he is indicating towards mucking his hand, and I don't blame him. Shows the ace of diamonds and folds, and Cure will be delighted with that pickup. Paying 70 million. Christoph playing 25 bigs, Matto at 16, and Clement Cure firmly in control here with nearly 2/3 of all the chips in play. And blinds are going up. 600k is the small blind. 1.2 million for the big blind, with a 1.2 million running big blind ante.
What's that? Guys. English, thank you.
You're with the ladies. Doesn't have any biters.
7+. Queen's inside.
And look at this, Mato, 2.9 million to go with 8-6 offsuit on the button. Christoph with the rejam for the King Jack offsuit, and Cure. A really nice hand, but he's facing an open and a jam, so he's probably going to have to put his ace-9 suited into the muck. Nice pickup there for Christoph, now playing 27.6 million. As Bird says, a clear fold with the ace-9. Yeah, of course. Stranger things have happened, Bird. Not with Clement Cure, they haven't, but we haven't seen too much rejamming going on as well, so I don't know. Even a hand like ace-10 offsuit's not going to play too well in an all-in situation there. I think that could be a hand where it's like ace-jack offsuit, ace-10 suited plus. Even not loving life with ace-10 suited. Pure jamming on Mato. Mato forced to give away his small blind with the 9 deuce offsuit, and Christoph with the ace-6 would have snapped them off. Poker Goddess asked Dan, what is your opinion on showing your cards when the other players have folded? I'm not a fan of showing cards, but I say that now when I'm feeling friendly and I'm at a table playing live poker. The odd ace gets shown, or sometimes you show the goods, sometimes you show a bluff, but in general, from watching and commentating on so many streams live from the King's Resort, I feel like it's just giving away free information where there is no need to. Sometimes you can really get under your opponent's skin if you show a bluff at the right time, but in general, it's kind of bad etiquette. It depends, like, what they've done in return. And it's all in call here. Cure with the opportunity to take out Matto. And Matto, 30% equity to stay in this event. Just shy of 20 million in the pot up for grabs. King 6-3 is the flop, all diamonds. And it's looking very bleak for Matto now. Turn is another king. There's some chop opportunities now. Seven outs as we hit the river. 3 is one of them. It's a chop. Sit back down, Matto. Three-handed affair will continue.
Stop it. Pass. Three pass.
Well, Johan thought it was all over. Was unlikely that Matto would survive, but expect the unexpected at this resort. Matto getting very short now. Cure with a nice hand on the button, ace-9 of spades. Going for a raise call. I think Matto wants to stick this soon, and he does with King 6 of clubs. Don't blame him.
have to go sit, please.
Dealer, please. Ace of hearts.
So it is all in, call 17.4 million in the middle. Matto with king 6 of clubs, 40% against Clement Cures, ace 9 of spades.
Ace of hearts, please. Sneakers on the board. Right triple. Ace of hearts.
It is queen 8-4, 1 club.
Ace of hearts. As de 13 pour vibrer. Ace of spades. Non, 9 de 13 pour vibrer, 2 de 9. Ace of spades, 9 de 13. 2 de 13 pour vibrer. Ace of hearts, please. Please. Oh,
Turn giving Matto a lot of outs. The 10 of clubs, 36% now to stay in this one and double up as we hit the river. It is not to be, it is the ultimate trick. The deuce of spades hitting the river. Matto Misik playing very well throughout the day. Very unlucky there in the end. Massive score for him. Will take home €17,000 and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Very well indeed.
Wait.
And that means we are going to go on the shortest of breaks, 5-minute break to get this heads-up battle set up for your viewing pleasure. I will see you all in a couple of moments where we will find out which one of these players will become your Czech Poker Masters champion. See you in a few moments.
Yeah, there's 5 minutes break. 5 minutes.
Jack of Hearts on the turn. Would you believe he has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. Maybe just took the day off school, but no, obviously all joking aside. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and gals.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, going.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, I'm just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Sorry. Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negranu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. Dinegs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
All in.
Daniel ships it in. Deeb with the King 8. Going to get out of the way, as will Kim in the small. See if Paul wakes up with anything. Wakes up with 4s. May look this up here. For 10 big blinds more.
4. Well, 4, 3, 60, yeah.
Does make the call, and would you believe Negranu is in great shape. Gonna win this.
You gotta get there. You got 2 suits though.
4 out of 5 times.
You rooting for me? I think he's rooting for you.
If Paul can drill a 2-outer or find some clubs or spades,
Nothing first.
he's gonna have 20 of the 30 million in play.
He fucking moved it right. Those 4.
5 to come, chat.
I'm like, I had him. You know, he's a monster. All of a sudden,
Dinegs
like 2
looking
bigs.
for bracelet number 7. Can he find the hold here?
12 of them on my stack.
Jack 4 deuce. Paul flops middle set.
Right? You do have hearts.
Nasty.
That was sweet.
A 6-8 game, chat.
I know, just like that. Yeah. So at least it's not a selfie stick.
Deuce of hearts on the turn does present a flush draw, but unfortunately for Dinegs, Poir has boated up.
You too. Early, maybe this helps.
Premature handshake between the two.
GG. GG.
GG's all around as the ace of spades rolls off on the river, and we lose 6-time bracelet winner. And let's just name it, all-round poker legend Daniel Negranu in full. Great.
Je sais même pas. Non, c'est la première fois que j'arrive si loin. Et toi? Je suis là toute l'année. J'avais un petit sentiment là. Ah non, je suis l'underdog là. I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog. I am the underdog. L'amateur.
Ok.
Je peux que gagner.
Je te le souhaite.
Two and a half, right.
All right, folks, we're back. Christoph playing a tad over 20 big blinds to start and 69 bigs for Clement Cure. Both players have locked up €23,750 with the first prize. Going to take home €42,700. Both have locked up a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. 10.95 is the board. Cure going to go for a C bet. 1.7 million gets the job done. For Cure, he just wants to be wearing away at Sanchez until Sanchez is in that danger zone, but like he did just call it off in the danger zone with 9-6 off suit, so I'm not sure what way that's going to play in Clement's head.
Raise 2.5. Check. 7 bet 2 minutes. Hey guys, good luck. Oh, welcome, sir.
70 bigs now for Cure, 23 for Christoph Sanchez. Cure raising to 2.5 million. Christoph at 6-4 off suit in the big. interesting. He's going to put this one in a 3-bet folding range. Looks like a very small sizing though. And if I'm Cure and he's made it less than 3x here, I'm going to be completing to see a flop in position. Less than 4 million more for Cure to call. He's already invested 2.5. I like a call here if we're Cure. So we're off to a flop, 14 million in the middle, nearly a stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. Christoph with exactly 20 million behind, 16 big blinds. And if Christoph bets, he will win. I think there's not much backdoors going on for Cure. No diamonds on the board. And for Christoph, just deciding what sizing he wants to go for. Occasionally, he might just shove the lot, but I think it's better to make it a sizing of about 4 million. Goes for 4.6. I like this sizing. Cure getting the job done with the ace-7 in position on the queen, 10-9. Nothing in it there for the 5 deuce of clubs for Sanchez. Cure just with the call. He's very stoic. Doesn't give much away. Great to watch him play. Good stuff now with 2 pair. And Cure with a piece of it. Quickly goes check, check. Wasn't expecting to see Sanchez check back 2 pair there in position. This is an interesting way to play top 2. Sanchez raising to 7.1 million. This won't make much sense to Cure, and I don't blame him if he calls one off to see the river here. Who's called the additional 3.8 million? Seven of diamonds hits the river. Cure just hoping to get the showdown unless he wants to turn his hand into a check raise bluff, but that's just been a bit too spicy. Sanchez with exactly pot behind here, stack to pot ratio, 20 million into pot, he's 20 million behind in his stack on the nose. I don't think there's any other bet size he wants to use here. I guess, yeah, checking back's totally fine also. The flush gets there, the straight gets there. Bit ambitious to shove there, the more I think about it. Happy to win that pot, and he's up to 40 million. Suddenly, folks, we've got a battle on our hands. He's doing well for a man who called it off for 10 bigs with 9-6 off suit. Cure raises 2.5 mil with the 8-7 off suit, and Sanchez in the big with King 7 of clubs. Queen 4-3 is the flop. I think Cure just wants to be betting this one. We'll go for delayed C-bet, but I think it plays better just to bet the flop here. Goes for a bet at 1.7 million. As Johan says, Clement is much more aggressive. He sure is. Pure most likely defends here. Could put this in his 3-bet range, but I think heads up. Just want to be calling. Seven-five deuce is the flop. Pure checking. I think Sanchez wants to be betting this one. Backdoor hearts. Betting lead. Positional advantage. And with 10 million in the pot, does Cure just try to get the showdown? He has a straight blocker with the 8. He does have king high. He might think his hand needs to get an ace high type hand to fold. So he is going to bet. Nice bet there by Cure. MJ says he's a beast. He is a French beast, all right. Quite the little escargot. Flush draw for Sanchez, top pair for Cure. Let's see some money go in here. Turn is a spicy one, giving Christoph the flush. Gives Clement a better flush draw to go with his top pair. Checks back. River is the 8 of spades, ace of spades. Sanchez with the check mark. Christoph wants to bet a nice size here, unless he wants to go for a check raise. I think betting about 6 million, 6.5 million is the way to go. $6.6 million is the bet. Is Cure going to pay the man? He can't beat much, but I think heads up, second pair, queen kicker is just going to be too strong. Sanchez now playing 43.5 million. Suddenly just 20 big blinds separating the two. Sanchez raising with the queen deuce. Cure going to defend with the king deuce. Oh, holy God, what a turn card. Flop going check, check, both players with trips. Sanchez with the better kicker. Or sorry, Cure with the better kicker. Guys, a lot of money could go in here. Bit of 4.4 million. This is the bet from Cure. And does Sanchez want to just call here or try get additional value from a straight draw, jack or a 10? Sanchez looking exhausted, it has to be said. Very red in the face, looks tired. That's what the bet is, and just calls. River is a 5. If I'm Cure, I'm betting huge here. Make it look like I've got a busted draw. I would like to see Cure bet somewhere around the 12 million mark, even full pot. No less than 10 mil. So yeah, something around 12 or 13 million. And that looks like it's around that area. $12.6 million. And for Sanchez, is this a just call situation, or does he want to move all in over the top? Does have a queen kicker with his deuce. Does lose to king deuce, ace deuce, jack deuce, 10 deuce, 5 deuce. But it is heads up. Extremely unlikely. I think this could be over. If he's speech playing here, he might just move all in. Really interesting to see what Sanchez does on this river, because he looked a bit browned off earlier. He's battled back hard, but is he just making it speech play here? Some form of Hollywood. The speech play jam. It would be very funny. Is he going to click it back? What is going on this river? That looks like a raise. Oh my God. And now, if you're Cure, how confident are you feeling with your king deuce? In a day that's had it all. It's basically a click back. It's 12.6 million more for Cure to call. There's 52.8 million in the pot. It's getting over 4-1 on a call, but the speech play min raise from Sanchez. Sanchez has me convinced he's got a full house. And I can see the cards. And if Cure calls here, which I predict he will eventually call, he will have Sanchez on the ropes playing sub 10 big blinds once more. If he decides that his king deuce is losing, Sanchez will have the chip lead for the first time. What do you think is going to happen here? Let me know in the chat. All vote now. Real Rusty says, I guess you just call here. I would think so, getting such great odds, but always tell you on this channel, if you are beat, you're not getting odds at all. I feel like this is just a situation where you've got to pay the man. If you're beat, you're beat. It's just the speech play from Sanchez and then the click back. Alarm bells are ringing. I feel like Cure is going to tank for about another 2 minutes and then call. And Freedom says Chris gets his money back in the parking lot. He has the size advantage. I love it. Brilliant call, or brilliant comment. Neutral says 80% call, 20% fold. I think we flip a coin into the air, and then when it's in the air, you'll know which side you want it to land on. And Sanchez looking very comfortable, but that's because in his eyes he's not bluffing, he's min raising with the best hand, trying to get additional value. I think it's possible. If you think, here's what my final thoughts are. If you think Sanchez is capable of clicking back with a worse deuce on the river than king deuce, then you must call. But his speech play would have me bewildered. And Clement Cure in a world of pain here. Just rolling past 3.5 minutes in the tank. Like I said, I'd say this is going to take about 5 minutes. So another 1.5 minutes, and I think we will see him call because of the odds he's getting. Oh my God. He folds.
General round, or general round. You show, I show.
Oh dear God. Cure has folded. That hand is going to stain for a long time when he sees that. Yikes. That is a hand I'm going to remember for a long time on this channel. I really, really don't blame Clement Cure for folding there after the speech play from Sanchez. The problem I have is he looks exhausted. It's like he wants to get this over with. And he did call it off earlier with 9-6 offsuit. I know that was frustration and it's a completely different dynamic now that we're in heads up, but getting those kind of odds, if I think my opponent is capable of raising for value, or in his eyes raising for value with a worse hand on the river, then I think we just have to pay the man. Having said all that, if I was sitting in that seat and I know that I am way better than my opponent, I've got the credentials to prove it, I might feel like I don't want to give an additional 12 million. It's just sick. I haven't seen a speech play like that in a long time. But in general, if someone does a speech play and then raises, it's always the nuts. No, I hate the word always, but most of the time it's the nuts. And in Sanchez's eyes, he thought it's basically like he has the nuts, right? So he probably says the same thing with a full house. He probably says the same thing with quads and then raises. Well, he can't have quads because he has a deuce, but you get the drift, kids. Kitty game down the street. Now, I think it's a good thing that Clement Cure folded and didn't show, because had he showed and Sanchez showed him the queen deuce, I think Cure would be on monkey tilt right now, but he just needs to remain composed. In his head, he might have still made the right decision. Your bet's 3 million. We've got action here. Sanchez with 2 pair. Got to remain composed and regroup after that hand. As Artful Vibe says, happy to see a good game and now it's gone. Going to be a winner who deserves it after all. Good luck, you two. It was almost like Sanchez turned his hand into a bluff to make a better deuce fold. That's what's so sick. Sanchez raising to 7.6 million, and now Cure is definitely going to be getting frustrated. Heads up, no limit hold'em, such a fickle mistress, full of swings and roundabouts. As Real Rusty says, yeah, because his call with the nines was so great. Cure turning his hand into a semi-bluff, shoving all over the top, and I don't know what Sanchez is deliberating about. He's got 2 pair here.
I got 2 pair.
Sanchez telling Cure that he's got 2 pair.
Queen Jack. Ace Queen.
Sanchez does call. And Sanchez is 67% to win the Czech Poker Masters right here, right now. A 2-to-1 favorite. Cure has a lot of outs, of course, 8 of them to be precise. There is 102 million chips in this pot. He's going over to massage Clement Cure's shoulders. What an entertaining day this has been. Can Cure get lucky and cripple Sanchez to under 10 big blinds once again? The turn is a 5 of spades. Needs a king or an 8. River is a 3 of hearts. Clement Cure pulling it out of the fire. Now playing 63 big blinds, which is good for over 100 million chips. Real Rusty makes a good point there. 67% is not a whole lot for a nearly 20k pay gap. Well, I mean, it's no limit hold'em. You're never, even with aces against a random hand, you're never more than 80%, right? I guess if there was no luck involved, we'd win them all. And there you have it, folks. Sanchez crippled to 5 bigs. Cure with 63. Oh yeah, of course, Rusty. Rusty says, yeah, I mean, he has to call. I'm just saying you don't like it. It just shows that, like, 4-bet ripping there, or 3-bet ripping on the flop with a flush draw, which potentially has an overcard. If your queen is live, like, you're anywhere up to 40%, right? Personally, I would just call the raise on the flop, but I totally understand the jam. No limit hold'em, heads up poker. Massive, massive variance. You think about 9-handed and how much variance is involved, and then diminish that down to heads up battles. That's why it's so remarkable when people win so many titles, the same players, year in, year out. Sanchez shoving. Now, Cure does not want to double up Sanchez when he has him this low. Is there to be another twist in this fantastic tale?
On en finit là maintenant. C'est terminé, t'as gagné.
cure and the cause. The cause and the cure. 10-6 off suit on the button. Think we will just see him shove this one. No, decides to let it go, knowing how wide Sanchez is capable of calling. I think that's still, I don't want to say it's a mistake because Sanchez can call so wide, but 10-5 offsuit, 10-4 offsuit, just fold. I think 10-6 and 10-7 offsuits, we just want to shove them anyway. Gary says, Cure champion. Cure getting a walk. Been snapping with the king 7 of diamonds. Sanchez shoves with the 4s on the button. Cure gets rid of his 5 deuce. Now, Cure could shove this one, but again, doesn't want to double up Sanchez. Might want to be a little bit tighter, even though it is suited. No, decides to go for it. I understand it. I like it. Suited connector is going to play well in an all-in situation, even if it is just 4 high. Cure on the button with 7s. Raises all in. Sanchez can't call it off a 4-3 offsuit, although he's thinking about it. Let's it go.
J'aurais bien voulu finir avec 7 mains. C'est mon chiffre, le 7. Ouais, moi aussi. Allez, fais-moi.
Bird swooping by to say hi as they still play. Real Rusty says it wouldn't be the most absurd call. No, it wouldn't, with 3 big blinds behind. You just tend to get a better hand on the button, even though it's kind of your last chance before you get decimated by the big blind and the big blind ante. Now Sanchez is going to be forced to go with 9 deuce suited. Cure calling with Jack 8. This could be it. 12.2 million in the pot. And look though, Sanchez still has 37% equity against the Jack 8 here. Yeah, Bird, it was very exciting. It's been a thrilling day of poker. I know I've said that about 10 times, but it really has.
One time jack of clubs.
It's what we expect on this channel. It all happens here at the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. Is there to be another spin in this story?
The only one, the jack of clubs. Jack of clubs. Pop. Okay.
6-3-3 is the flop. People shouting in the background for cards. Turn is a 7 of diamonds. Real Rusty said Sanchez is very sympathetic. River is the queen of clubs. It is all over. I actually agree with you there, Rusty. Both players would have been a worthy champion, but Clement Cure really putting on a clinic for the most part. Obviously getting lucky in some key spots. Lucky is an understatement. Love this event. We'll be back next weekend for the German Poker Tour with 400 grand guaranteed. And then the weekend after that, we have the Italian Poker Sport. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and subscribe and a follow on all the channels. Twitch, YouTube, we've got great new content on there, all the usual social media platforms. I would like to say a massive thanks to my moderators week in, week out. They are brilliant at helping the channel run so smoothly. That was an amazing few days of poker. I will see you all next weekend. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. I've been Action Man Dan. Catch me if you can.